Hello, hello. Happy, is it Friday? Already. Friday. Happy Friday. Lots to do and talk about today. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Mike, Plasma, and Kitty Bonks. Good to see everybody. Today I'm going to be talking about Jesus, Christianity. But first, a little bit of news. I saw that Trump got his sentence today. What is it, a non-penalty sentence or something? So nothing's actually going to happen to him, but the stain is going to stay on his record. Permanent record. Which, I think he deserves it. He is a convicted felon, so live with it. Oh, the StreamYard music. They should. I wonder if there's a way for me to get a cut of the royalties on that. Um, so yeah, Trump. We have our first sentenced president, I believe. So he has 4 years to work it off, I guess. So I did something very interesting last night. I finally gave in and went to a local something called Toastmasters. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I'm still not sure what it is actually. It's a speaking organization. They help people learn how to give public public speaking. And I was going to go a few months ago, and I psyched myself out of it because I looked into it and it seemed like my worst nightmare. Here, I'm going to put their website. Toastmasters International. Here you go, toastmasters.org. So from looking around at it a little bit, it gave me the impression that it was designed to turn you into a robot, like perfect your speech and help you talk like a very polished professional white person. And they do things like count the number of filler words you use. They count your ums. They evaluate your accent. And I'm like, oh no, this is like finishing school. This is like Emily Post, proper etiquette. I'm never, ever, ever going to meet their standards because one of the things that I react against very strongly is very high arbitrary norms that I know I will never meet, neurotypical norms, cultural norms. And so I said, I do not belong at Toastmasters. This is asking for trouble. This is walking into the lion's den. Stay away from these people. They're just going to turn you into a bloodless insectoid robot like the people up here are. Totally not what it was. Oh my God, can I tell you, it was the most fun in-person event I have done in years and years and years. Possibly one of the most fun in Seattle, from the whole time I was in Seattle, and definitely the most enjoyable since I've been in the city that I'm in now. Hey, Lord and Beak. They were... First of all, let me tell you it was set up because it was hybrid. So part of it was on Zoom. You had 10 people on a Zoom on a big screen, and then you had 6 of us sitting around a table, and there's a podium at the end of the table where you go up and speak. And so it was kind of like watching a panel, but being on a panel at the same time because your little video of the podium and the table was also on the Zoom. And so you were interacting with the virtual people, but there were also in-person people at the table. And my dream is to merge Panelverse and real life and to cross the streams. Well, last night, That was as close as I've come, and let me tell you, I am tingling with excitement. I was electrified the whole night. Like I was pinching myself that I was having this experience in Washington State. The people were intelligent. They were all professionals. They were fun. They had a sense of humor. They laughed. They let their emotions show. They had personality. It was not a bunch of stiff people that were trying to talk like robots, like I thought it was going to be. If I could find more of the people like I've met last night, where I am now, I'm actually really optimistic about my chances of putting down roots here. Now, I'm probably idealizing out the ass right now. It was just one meeting, but I'm telling you, I gotta. The contrast between the experience last night with the Toastmasters and all the other experiences I've had trying to integrate into this community, the job search experiences, the experiences at that workplace, the few social groups that I've tried to become a part of, night and day. I don't know where these people came from, but if Toastmasters is bringing them out, I need to keep exploring this. So, and they meet once a week, so I'm going back next week as well. I can't wait. I walked out. It was like a transformational experience. It felt like a baptism into something very cool, very close to the type of people that I've been trying to meet, not only here, but in the entire Seattle area, the whole time I lived in Seattle. And here's the other news. So, one thing you do, and remember, I was a brand new person, I didn't know any of these people. They kind of give you a topic, and then you go up and you make a 1 to 2 minute speech, just a spontaneous speech. And I said, oh, I could do this. That's kind of what I do every day on the YouTube. Just give me a topic and I can run with it. They do. It's international. I just posted the website. Here, I'll put it again. I'm so excited about them. They probably have one in your area. In fact, they have several in this area. So like anybody can start a Toastmaster group. So chances are your area may even have multiple groups that meet on different days, or you just try them until you find the one that fits you. And they were super friendly, super welcoming. The hospitality was off the charts. Um, it's such a positive experience. And now here's the catch. They evaluate you. They have what's called a grammarian, and they count the number of filler words, and they count your misuse of words and your accents. They had people there with accents. They had people there that, if not on the spectrum, were familiar with the spectrum or being on the spectrum. So all of the things that I thought I'd have to worry about, I do not have. They have people just like me in this group. It felt normal, actually. Like something that I thought was going to be a very um, intimidating experience turned out to feel very normal to me. So they have this grammarian that like combs over your speech with a fine tooth comb, and they also have what's called an evaluator. And so at the end of the speeches, they all vote on who had the best speech, and they give you feedback on like what all the things you did wrong and what you could have done better. But they do it in a very constructive way because they're trying to help you become a better speaker. And so I think that this is going to help my channel. This is going to help, like, as I learn things from this Toastmaster, I can directly apply them to what I do here on YouTube. And so at the end of the night, they announced the best 2 minute speech of the night, 1 to 2 minute speech. And the topic was engagement and inspiration. Inspiration was like the secret word of the day. So if you worked in the word inspiration, so I said, oh, that's easy. I can give mine on community engagement and how to facilitate more community engagement as part of community building. And of course, as you know, you can't force engagement. You can't create it out of thin air, but you can inspire it. You can create opportunities for it to happen. So that was basically what my speech was about. Y'all. Table topics, that's what it's called. They voted mine the best of the night. I can't tell you what. I want to frame this. I, I, I don't have anything else to say. Um, Toastmasters, if you're, I think it has relevance to people on YouTube because if you're a panelist, if you're a content creator, if you're even thinking about starting a channel, I guarantee there's something you can learn from this Toastmasters organization. It's going to help you. It's going to help improve anything you do on YouTube in some kind of way. So I'm very proud. I'm proud of myself that I pushed myself to go in the first place. And I jumped in with both feet. And I'm very proud that my little speech on community engagement made the impression that it did. And so with that, let me get to today's topic, religion, specifically Christianity. So before I do that, I want to kind of bring up a few quotes from Northrop Frye. Remember, I'm working off of this Northrop Frye essay called The Critical Path. And I'm going to bring up a few quotes from him from the previous part of the essay, and then I'll get to the Christianity part. And at some point, I think this was the first episode I did when I started the essay. I think that's where this quote comes from. He makes the point, he says, "It is not easy to break out of the mental habits formed by a mythical framework, or what is often called tradition. And even if it is possible, we must first know what that tradition is." I think a good way of looking at what I'm calling myths or stories or mythical frameworks might be tradition. And if you think about the types of tradition that are active in modern society and that have been part of human culture for thousands of years, if not more, we have an intellectual tradition that we've been talking about a lot, which I've been calling the myth of freedom, or Fry has been calling the myth of freedom. And in the modern world, it takes the form of the scientific tradition. Um, in the past, when Christianity was the dominant power, theology might be considered an intellectual tradition. Before that, in Greece and Rome, perhaps philosophy. So you have a tradition that can be described as intellectual. You have religious traditions. In the West, I could think of Judaism, Christianity, Islam, even perhaps Buddhism has made its way into, especially up here where I am, I would say Buddhism would be a strong, if not religious, then spiritual tradition. You have artistic traditions, multiple artistic traditions, musical traditions. Gen X, I talk all the time about the rock music, rock, punk tradition. You have literary traditions, romanticism, poetry. You have poetic traditions, novels, all of that. You have political traditions, and we talked about how the monarchy and the aristocracy at some point broke down, as well as Christianity itself. Into Christianity kind of got displaced by secularism, but politically you had the democratic tradition that formed, and the Marxist, socialist, communist, let's say working class revolutionary tradition, which in our form, in the modern world, takes the form of progressivism or wokeism. We still have our democratic tradition, classical liberalism, more or less trucking along, hopefully. So those are all the different traditions that we have in the modern world, which you could also think of as mythical frameworks or myths of concern, social concern, societal concern. What keeps a group or society or community together? You have your artistic subcultures, your religious groups, your political affiliations. Those are all groups of people held together by these stories that we're calling myths. And of the intellectual tradition, we're calling a specific type of myth called the myth of freedom. But and that takes the form in the modern world of the scientific worldview. So if you could think of these myths as just different types of traditions. And One type is what Fry is calling the myth of concern. And remember that the myth of concern, as it grows and expands, becomes encyclopedic and begins to take in everything that would concern a society, which is why it's called the myth of concern in the first place, from Paul Tillich's concept of concern. One of those areas that concern kind of starts to specialize in on its own is the religious area. And Fry called that the myth of ultimate concern, meaning ultimate destiny beyond just the secular present historical moment. Um, Gods, divinity, other worlds, other realms, afterlife, etc. Um, and then the secular side of the myth of concern starts to be taken over by political, perhaps some of these artistic traditions we've talked about. Fry says that the fact that in America today one is entirely free to be of what religion one pleases, or of no religion at all, means that religion is no longer a central area of social concern. And a similar tolerance, similarly based on indifference, appears to be enveloping the arts as well. So in the modern world, you are free to participate in any religious tradition you choose or no religious tradition at all, as well as any artistic tradition you choose or none at all. I would also say any political tradition you choose or none at all. So there is no dominant religious, artistic, or political myth of concern. Although in America or the West, I would say democracy or liberalism still is the closest thing we have to that dominant myth of social concern. Now, today we're going to look at Christianity specifically as an example of what a religious myth is and what kind of truth a religious myth can give us. Because remember, we said that scientific truth, the scientific approach gives us a very specific type of truth called correspondent truth. And it's a structure of words and a structure or numbers that correspond to something about the external or natural or objective world. Last episode, we looked on what happens when you turn that scientific outlook onto human beings and humanity and society itself. And you start to study these other myths of concern outside of the scientific one. And there's often conflict, tension, one can break down under the other, etc. So today we're going to look specifically at the myth of concern called Christianity, which has been dominant in the West for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, to try to examine a myth of that type, a religious myth, or an artistic myth, or a societal myth of concern, the group of stories that holds a society together, doesn't necessarily give us a scientific truth, just as science can't tell us how to come together as a group of people. It can't tell us what to do with our knowledge. It can't tell us what type of society to build. It can only give us knowledge about the external world, the environment we live in. So what kind of truth can a myth give us? And what is the use of that type of truth individually and culturally or societally? So I'm going to go through a few paragraphs of the essay, mainly. So Fry says the language of concern. Now remember, each one of these myths or mythic frameworks or traditions, they use language in a certain way. Science uses language to describe the external environment, and myth uses language to tell stories that keep a community together. So he says the language of concern preserved in Christianity had begun to be examined more objectively, and this precipitated a crisis which we should take a moment to examine, as it is a model for our present subject, the difference between mythical and logical languages. The crisis is often called a crisis of belief, but it is really a crisis in understanding the language of belief, the growing realization that religion speaks the mythical and concerned language of poetry and not the factual and evidential language of history. So not only are we working with two different types of truths, we're working with two different types of languages that those truths are expressed in or that are used to communicate those truths. A what he calls poetic or metaphorical or literary or artistic language. And science uses the language of fact. Remember I said we have facts and stories about facts in science. And I think in myth you could say we have images and stories about images or ideas or concepts. Okay, Fry goes on to say, he says, when I am asked if I believe in ghosts, I usually reply that ghosts, from all accounts, appear to be matters of experience rather than of belief, and that so far I have had no experience of them. But the mere fact that the question takes such a form indicates that belief is usually connected in the mind with a vision of possibilities, of what might or could be true. We often use the term believe to mean a suspended sense experience. I believe you will find a telephone on the next floor means that if I were on the next floor, I should see a telephone. In reference to the past time, this suspended sense experience becomes the acceptance of a historical fact. I believe Julius Caesar existed means that I think that if I had lived when and where he is said to have lived, I should have seen him. I believe in God can hardly refer to a belief of this kind, but under the influence of the mental habits of a writing culture, concerned belief has also come to be associated with historical fact. Now remember that the intellectual tradition that he's calling the myth of freedom developed as a result of the technology of writing, and that a writing culture uses different mental habits and language differently than oral, a culture built on oral tradition or strictly performance, transmitting the information and values through performance or oral communication would. Because we are predominantly what he calls a writing culture now, some of the mental habits of a writing culture get associated with this other way of thinking in myth that was primarily passed down orally, and it can kind of distort our present day understanding of what myth is. So I think one of the keys to understanding what myth is and what it can provide us is kind of unlearning some of these habits that have become associated with it through the myth of freedom and being an intellectual writing, counting, measuring culture. One of those we looked at last time was the association of myths of concern with scientific fact, and how people that sometimes attempt to put forward a myth of concern and link it to science. So because science has a theory of evolution, they'll start to develop a myth of social evolution or psychological evolution or personal evolution, and they'll try to link it through the concept of evolution to make it seem more scientific than it actually is, because that gives it the empirical validity of science or the truth of correspondence that science can give it. People also do the same with history. They'll take a myth, and in addition to trying to link it to something scientific, because in the modern world science is our standard for external objective knowledge, they will also try to link it to something historical for the same reason, because the more they can root it in fact, which is a habit of thinking of the myth of freedom, the scientific or empirical way of looking at things, believing that if they can tie the myth to fact, whether scientific fact or historical fact, then the myth will have more believability. But what the point he's making right now is that the type of belief, this I believe in God, when a person says they believe in God, that kind of belief cannot be tied to any kind of empirical, scientific, or historical fact. It's a different type of belief. Now, in the first episode I did on this, Fry made the point that a statement of belief can be thought of as a willingness to participate in a certain myth of concern. So saying you believe in God is more of a statement of your willingness to participate in the mythical framework that is Christianity, more than it is a statement of fact, either historical fact or scientific fact. So if we can learn to separate the mental habits of empiricism from the mental habits of mythical thinking, and the language of empiricism from the language of mythical thinking or mythical speaking, expressing, we can maybe start to untangle the confusion between the two. So he says, I believe in God under the influence of the mental habits of a writing culture. Concerned belief has also become to be associated with historical facts. This leads to such curious aberrations as believing the Bible, i.e., of ascribing special virtue to asserting that in another culture, a few years ago and a few miles away, Jonah was swallowed by a great fish, and Elijah carried up to heaven in a fiery chariot, and that if we had been present at those events, we should have seen precisely what is described in the sacred text, very similar to the point he makes about Julius Caesar. He says such belief is really a voluntarily induced schizophrenia, and is probably a fruitful source of the infantilism and the hysterical anxieties about belief, which are so frequently found in the neighborhood of religion. He says that the more genuinely concerned that faith is, the more quickly a hierarchy is established in it, in which the essential beliefs are retained and less essential ones are regarded as more expendable. But this conception of essential belief is, in spite of the word, introducing an existential element into belief. What we really believe is not what we say or think we believe, but what our actions show that we believe. And no belief, which is not an axiom of behavior, is a genuinely concerned belief. So a belief, you have some beliefs that become core, or what he calls existential, and some that become expendable or periphery. But the only way to truly tell what a genuine belief is if it shows up in action, if it becomes the foundation of an action. That what we say we believe or think we believe is not what we actually believe. What our actions demonstrate is what we actually believe. Because until belief is translated into action, it's not one of those core existential beliefs. He says Marxism has a similar conception of unessential belief, the ideology which is to be talked about but not acted upon, and which has the function of decorating the facade of a conservative attitude. Many of my readers would call what I am calling a myth of concern an ideology. And though, as I've indicated, I have specific reasons for using the term myth, those who prefer ideology may substitute it in most contexts. So now we have several terms for the same phenomena that we're talking about. We have myth, we have stories, we have ideology, I've offered paradigm, he offers mythic framework. We're all talking about the same conceptual structures that humans communicate among themselves with, and that form a society or help to form a society and keep a group of people cohesive. He says that for Milton, writing Paradise Lost, Adam and Eve were historical characters, his own literal ancestors, whose skeletons might be conceivably uncovered by an archaeologist. Milton is fond of contrasting the plain and sober scriptural accounts with the extravagances of the heathen. Plainness, however, may result from a primitive as well as a credible element in the style, and we today are rather struck by the similarity of the biblical stories of the fall and the flood to other myths in other cultures. As the Old Testament narrative proceeds, myth gives place to legend and to what German critics called saga, legend to historical reminiscence to didactic and manipulated history, and so on. So as we go through the Old Testament, they have these initial, remember, these stories were passed on orally through oral tradition, and they were eventually codified and written into text. So they began as stories, myths, and they gradually turn into legend, to saga, to some kind of historical There's some kind of historical element or component in it, and eventually to what today is something that looks more like history, etc. But he says there's no clear boundary lines. All that seems clear is that whatever in the Old Testament may be historically accurate is not there because it is historically accurate, but for quite different reasons. Further, historical accuracy has no relation to spiritual significance. The book of Job, which is avowedly an imaginative drama, is clearly more significant in the development of religion than the begats in the Chronicles, which may well contain authentic records. So, the parts of the Old Testament that to us seem historical are not in the Old Testament because of their historicity. They're in there for other reasons. And that some of the more significant parts of the Old Testament are not even the historical parts. They're the imaginative, or what we would call literary, or artistic parts, like the book of Job, which he says has way more relevance to the development of Christianity than all the begats that are in Genesis and some of the other books. So those are closer to historical fact, but they're less significant from a mythic perspective than something like the book of Job, which is less historical but has more imaginative, mythic, or spiritual significance. So again, this is an attempt to untangle or disengage the concept of history, which is more of a empirical, scientific myth of freedom concept, from the true mythic content of the myth of concern that eventually developed into Christianity. Okay, let's fast forward to the New Testament and the Gospels. He says, with the Gospels, however, surely things must be different, for Christianity has always insisted on the historical nature of its central event. We soon begin to wonder, however, whether the verbal presentation of that event is as historical as the event itself. We notice that the life of Christ in the Gospels is not presented biographically as a piece of continuous prose writing founded on historical evidence, but as a discontinuous sequence of appearances called pericopes, which have a strongly mythical quality about them. If the approach were biographical, we would only want one definitive gospel. And of course, the historical belief in them has always rested on some harmony of their narratives rather than on the four as they stand. Naturally, many efforts have been made to extract a credible, continuous narrative from what seems a mass of mythical accretions. So if we take what we said about the Old Testament and the book of Job versus the begats, and we apply it to the gospel, the way the gospels are presented are not in themselves historical or biographical. They are presented in a very different way than somebody would present the biography of somebody or the history of something. Just as the book of Job is presented in a very different way than somebody would present the begats or the history of the generations of Adam, etc. So that's a curious feature of the Bible and of myth and of literature. They're not presenting history. They're presenting something else. So let's try to continue and see if we can figure out what this something else is. He says, as we go through the Gospels, with their miracles of healing and miraculous feeding and raising the dead and the like, we begin to wonder how much there is that must be historical. That is, unambiguous evidence for historical Jesus. The authors of the Gospel seem to care nothing for the kind of evidence that would interest a biographer. The only evidence they concern themselves with is coincidence with Old Testament prophecies of the Messiah. That seems to be the only thing that links the New Testament with the Old Testament, and that the writers were really concerned about at all, is just linking certain parts of the New Testament with some of the prophecies of the Old Testament. The result is that our historical evidence for the life of Jesus, besides being hermetically sealed within the New Testament, seems to melt away as we try to grasp it into echoes from the Old Testament or from contemporary Jewish ritual. As some factual basis for Jesus' life was obviously available to the authors, why did they make so oblique and limited a use of it? In any case, for any uncommitted reader of the Gospels, the question, could it have really happened just like that, is bound to occur with great frequency. But just like when we looked at Julius Caesar, if we had been there, would we have seen it happen the way it's described? But at a certain point, the question begins to turn into the form, if I had been there, is that what I would have seen and experienced? At this point, the doubts become overwhelming, because most of these doubts are of one's own capacity for spiritual experience. Fry says that if I had been out on the hills of Bethlehem on the night of the birth of Christ, with the angels singing to the shepherds, I think that I should not have heard any angels singing. The reason why I think so is that I do not hear them now, and there is no reason to suppose that they have stopped. If, under the influence of the mental habits of a writing culture, we insist on regarding a myth as a disguised way of presenting a real situation, we should have to regard the accounts of Jesus in the Gospels as highly suspect, if not actually fraudulent. But the impression of authority they convey is so strong that nobody is likely to take this possibility very seriously. It is much more probable that it is our conception of myth that is wrong, and it seems better to think of these authors as too concerned about the importance of their message to entrust that what they had to say to merely historical or biographical idioms of language. The historian tries to put his reader where the event is in the past. If he is writing about the assassination of Julius Caesar, he tries to make us see what we should have seen if we had been there, while keeping the additional understanding afforded by the distance in time. The apostle feels that if we had been there, we should have seen nothing, or seen something utterly commonplace, or missed the whole significance of what we did see. So he comes to us with his ritual drama of a Messiah presenting a speaking picture which has to be, as Paul says, spiritually discerned. Myth is the language of the present tense, even of what is, myth is the language of the present tense. There is a moral aspect of literature which literature possesses through its power of idealized example. When a heroic achievement in the past is linked to another in the future, of which the reader is the potential hero. Hang on. Oh, in poetry, you have a heroic achievement in the past. He's talking about Homer. A heroic achievement in the past is linked to another in the future, of which the reader is the potential hero. The best way to connect the two is to present the former in a universal shape, combining the historical example with the abstract precept or model. If we wish to be inspired by Achilles, we must read Homer, and we may well thank God that we never saw Achilles or his myrmidons. What is true of literature is a fortiori true of religion, where go thou and do likewise is always part of the presentation. So they're communicating something in a very specific language that's not historical, but ideal or universal. They're presenting an ideal model, or what he calls a precept, just as Achilles was an ideal model or exemplar of the concept of a hero, or Odysseus. It's kind of a Platonic ideal, and you want to link it to something historical, history-like, so that it has a shape that you can grasp and a shape that's relevant to the culture. But you're not presenting history. You're presenting an ideal. And in order to present this mythical ideal, you have to do it in this, what he calls a speaking picture. You have to do it in this very specialized form of language that's better at communicating images, ideals, pictures, ideas, etc., than scientific or historical fact. The Bible, it may be said, is not a storybook or an epic poem, but it is much closer to being a work of literature than it is to being a work of history or even doctrine. And the kind of mental response that we bring to poetry or literature has to be in the forefront of our understanding of it. It is not that poetry will become a substitute or replacement for religion. It is rather that religion will come to be understood increasingly as having a poetic rather than a rational language, and that it can be more effectively taught and learned through the imagination than through doctrine or history. Imagination is not in itself concern, but for a culture with a highly developed sense of fact and the limits of experience, the road to concern runs through the language of imagination. Here we have, I think, the key. When he talks about a culture with a highly developed sense of fact and the limits of experience, he's talking about this modern scientific worldview. We know what's possible and what's probable and what's not likely or not probable. If we want to communicate something outside of science, we can't use the language of fact and history because we're too aware of that's too limiting of a language. We need something that communicates to the imagination, that communicates to the human ability to build images outside of what is provided or limited by the real world. And for that, we need something like poetry. And remember, the oral tradition itself, poetry was the dominant form of transmitting that tradition from the beginning because of the mnemonic nature of verse. The rhythmic nature of verse made it easier to memorize and pass on orally. So poetry is at the root of the oral tradition before it expanded into prose, law, religion, social codes, etc. So it needs a language that still speaks to that primitive, poetic, imagistic part of the mind that thinks in metaphors and images, that kind of dream thinking that we talked about when we looked at Carl Jung's two types of thinking, the directed and the mythical type of thinking. And the mythical type was more spontaneous, more related to images, more related to how the dreaming mind works. So if you're going to communicate a mythic truth, a truth that embodies the values, the ideals of a society or culture, you're going to need to do it in a language that reaches those parts of the mind, of the human, of the whole human. Let's see. Okay, I think there's one more thing I want to share. I'm going to read a paragraph from this Passion of the Western Mind book that I was reading today, and it just happened to coincidentally link up to this, so I'm going to share it. It's about Romanticism, and Romanticism itself, and that's the artistic literary tradition that developed in the wake of the Enlightenment. So you have the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, where things were oriented more toward fact, empiricism, rationality, but it left out a lot of qualities and characteristics that the human responded to, like imagination, emotion, and so Romanticism was an attempt to satisfy those parts of the human that the scientific mind or the Enlightenment worldview was not addressing, because they were addressing themselves to a very specific range of human experience. So it says the search for a unifying order and meaning remains central for the Romantics. So I like that phrase, the search for a unifying order and meaning. The search for some kind of unifying order is certainly something that science is attempting. But because we're not strictly logical machines, I think the search for a unifying order and meaning that includes meaning itself is part of what the myth of concern is trying to do. These myths that are trying to establish and maintain a human society or a human culture. It is an attempt to unify through order, but it's also an attempt to provide meaning in the process. And I'm not sure that that's something that science alone can do. So the search for a unifying order and meaning remained central for the Romantics. But in that task, the limits of human knowledge were radically expanded beyond those imposed by the Enlightenment, and a larger range of human faculties were considered necessary for genuine cognition. Imagination and feeling now joined sense and reason to render a deeper understanding of the world. In his morphological studies, Goethe sought to experience the archetypal form or essence of each plant and animal by saturating the objective perception with the content of his own imagination. That sounds like mythologizing, mythicizing to me. Schelling proclaimed that to philosophize about nature means to create nature, for nature's true meaning could be produced only from within man's intellectual imagination. The historians Vico and Herder, Vico is one of the thinkers that Freud was basing his theory of myths on. The historians Vico and Herder took seriously modes of cognition such as the mythological that had informed the consciousness of other eras and believed that the historian's task was to feel himself into the spirit of other ages through an empathic historical sense, to understand from within by means of the sympathetic imagination. Hegel discerned overwhelming rational and spiritual meaning in the vast data of history by means of a logic of passion. Coleridge wrote that deep thinking is attainable only by a man of deep feeling, and that the artist's esemplastic power of the imagination gave to the human mind the ability to grasp things in their entirety, to create and shape coherent wholes out of disparate elements. Wordsworth recognized the numinous vision of the natural child as possessing a deeper insight into reality than did the opaque, disenchanted perspective of the conventional adult. And Blake recognized imagination as the sacred vessel of the infinite, the emancipator of the bound human mind, the means by which eternal realities came to expression and consciousness. Indeed, for many Romantics, imagination was in some sense the whole of existence, the true ground of being, the medium of all realities. It both pervaded consciousness and constituted the world. So I think a good way of looking at these two types of thinking, the logical and the mythical, we first looked at them by what they were focused on, what the subject or object of that thinking was. Science was focused on understanding the natural world, the physical world, things that could be observed, things that were capable of being understood and communicated. And the mythical way of thinking was when we were facing something unknown, something that we didn't have a way to understand or couldn't understand at that time in that moment. And so we fill in with the imagination. I think another way of looking at them is the type of what faculty of our own are we engaging in when we're using this type of thinking. When you're using scientific thinking, you're looking at things with your physical eye, your bodily eye, and you're using your intellect, you're using your rational thinking. When you're doing mythical thinking, you're looking through your mind's eye, you're looking through your imagination. You're not observing, you're imagining, and you're using the creative, imaginative part of yourself. So when you're faced with a fact, remember we have facts and stories about facts. So when you're faced with a particular fact or an objective part of the universe that can be broken down and understood with the intellect, you're engaging in the logical, rational, scientific type of thinking. When you're facing an unknown or something that doesn't have a factual basis underneath, you're falling back on that primitive mythical thinking, that imaginative type of thinking. You're forming images in your mind. Your mind is spontaneously producing images, and those images convey certain truths that can't be conveyed because the intellect itself is observing and studying and trying to understand something that's already provided to it by nature. So it's not creative in and of itself. But when you're faced with an unknown, then your own mind, your own imagination provides the images that you then respond and react to. And that's a very different type of thinking than what a scientist is doing, or what's going on when you're using your intellect to try to figure out and understand something. So I hope that helps us do several things. I hope it helps us to further clarify the two types of thinking that Western culture is based on, and the several traditions that undergird those two types of thinking. And because we're holistic beings, we're not just intellect, we're not just emotion, we're not just imagination, we're all of that. When we're engaging in these types of thinking, what parts of ourselves are we exercising in the process? What parts of ourselves do we need to develop to do the specific types of thinking that we want to do? Our intellect for scientific thinking, our imaginations for this mythical type of thinking. And I think works like the Bible, religions like Christianity, offer a training in the imagination, a training in the development and use of the imagination, which allows us to understand and grasp certain cultural, psychological, spiritual values that our particular culture and society is based on and built around. And the better that we're able to do that, the better we're able to participate in a society that are founded on those particular values and cultural elements. So I think I'm going to end there today. When I pick this up again, we talked about the different types of myths, or now I'm going to call them traditions that run through our culture. And we looked at some different aspects of them previously. And one of the aspects we looked at is how closed or open they can be. So any tradition or mythical framework can be more closed or more open relative to others. And like a completely closed tradition would be a cult, or politically maybe a totalitarian regime. And an open tradition would be something like our current liberal democratic tradition, or religions that are more tolerant of other religions. Toleration itself, tolerance, is one of the hallmarks of openness. So we're going to look at the openness and closeness of different types of myths and exactly what that means. And both myths of societal concern can be open and closed, and these myths of intellectual freedom can be open and closed. So both types of myths can be various degrees of openness and closeness. And I think when a myth gets too closed, that's when these counter myths, these revolutionary counter myths, begin to rise up in reaction to the closeness of an existing myth, and then eventually, as that myth gains power, it can begin to close as well. And some of the criticism that I hear about science, or our modern myth of freedom, I think is of its closedness, or its tendency in some areas to have kind of closed itself as a myth instead of remaining that open myth of freedom. So we'll talk about the openness and closeness of myths next time. All right, I'm going to drop the link. Now that I went to that Toastmasters thing, I'm like it trains you to get used to, like, you're being evaluated, you're being measured, your words are being counted, your filler words. So maybe that will actually help me when I do the channel more. If I think there's people out there evaluating me, it'll give me good practice in that. Oh wow, Beak. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Hey, let's get you some fanfare, some rock music from the rock tradition. How about that? Thank you very much. I always appreciate you. All right, let's see. Did I put the link? Let me pin it. Okay, open panel. Wow, I went long today. Well, I spent some time on Christianity because I think it's worth the extra effort. But what I'm saying about Christianity, or what Fry is saying about Christianity and the Bible, Could also apply to other religions and religious texts. All right, let's take a look at some of these comments. Let's see. Christ is Dionysus. See, he's trying. Speaking of closed myths, he's trying to close a myth right here. End of story. I think when a myth is very closed, you end up with dogma, and when it's very open, you end up with something like tolerance or multiple perspectives, like something more relative. And I'm thinking of Nietzsche's perspectivism. Christianity as equal to and exclusively venue for belief in God is absurd. Right, but belief in God is not the same thing as, like he said, believing in, in Julius Caesar or believing that there's a telephone on the next floor. It's a different type of believing, and and it gets confused because it's a linguistic kind of illusion or artifact. Because when we talk about believing from within a scientific or truth-based or myth of freedom type of paradigm, we're using believing in a different way than when we talk about believing from a mythical perspective. And if we're not alert to the difference, we can all get them confused. And we can think believing in God means we believe there's an entity out there called God that we can show to other people, that other people can see, just like we could have shown them Julius Caesar if they were alive at the time that he was. Believing is pretending. Well, I don't know that any of us do without belief. You could probably go through your day and pull out all of the assumptions that you make that turn out to be beliefs, but that your life still runs off of somehow. Um, but in Fry's conception, a belief, at least of the mythic type, if you say I believe the sun will come up tomorrow, that's a different type of belief than I believe in God or I believe in an afterlife. The second type of belief is a statement of participation in a certain mythic framework or tradition. So when people say I believe in God, what they're communicating to me is that they participate in this story of Christianity in some kind of way. It doesn't necessarily mean to me that, oh, they're telling me that there's this entity called God out there that exists, that I could go find a certain cloud and see him sitting on. Hey, Bex, what's up? Fries. Hey, Mike. Actually, my next, I'm gonna conquer that KFC next. That's I'm on a mission now. They threw down that gauntlet with that locked door, so I'm determined to get me some chicken. Right. Well, folklore and myth, because Fry also makes the distinction, which he considers a very important one, between myths, which are stories that kind of settle and consolidate a culture around, and folklore, which are stories that wander between cultures and then collect different motifs as they wander and exchange and hand off the different motifs. And so early oral tradition is a combination of both. But once you stabilize it by codifying it into a text, a large part of it becomes what he would call myth and not folklore. Because folklore has a wandering quality to it. And by writing something down and putting it in the form of a text, you tend to stabilize that ability for it to wander. And then at that point, it can solidify as myth and then begin expanding from there until it becomes that encyclopedic form that takes in an entire society. I love Pan, especially as a Satanist. He's one of my inspirations. Pan, Ares, Hades, both Apollo and Dionysus. He's also the god of the rural people, and he's where we get the name panic from. The concept of panic. This, I don't know. That's a tall order. Pardon the pun. I'm an ectomorph. I've been this build my whole life. Oh, thank you, Plasma. That good. That's I hate reading out loud really and being read to, but I just don't know any other way to do it. If if this were in some kind of printed form that was easy to share, the essay is actually an old photocopied text that somebody uploaded. Or if somebody wanted to make a really cool YouTube video, like an animation of it, that would be an even more effective way of sharing it, I believe. But I'm glad at least one person out there appreciates it. Oh, well, thank you, Mike. Um, I'm definitely trying to be a chill, welcome panel and an open panel, literally open, in the sense of openness versus closeness. Yeah, the Goat Man, right? From my memory of them, and I honestly I've not had KFC in a while. They were pretty good. I don't think as good as Popeyes. But you know who had the best potato wedges? Were the little convenience stores growing up. How they would have all this fried food they'd put out under the heat lamp that you could buy, and they had JoJo's. They had these big giant potato wedges. It was like almost like a quarter of a potato, almost cut to a wedge, and then they would dip it in this light batter and fry it. Oh, my, yeah, I think this would be the correct category. Although I don't mind lumberjack. I would help. I probably would not be much good trying to actually saw wood because the coordination. Nobody would want me fooling with an axe or a saw. But I could do something to help out around. You know what I could do? I'd be really good is climbing the trees. If you had to like climb the trees and hook ropes up to them or something, I'd be great at that. I would not mind working around lumberjacks. Well, maybe it's the Toastmasters. Who knows? Because you have to. It was I had to go up to the podium to make the speech, and at the other end of the table is the big screen with all the Zoom people. So you're like looking at a panel, but from behind this podium, and I'm much more comfortable spontaneously talking on YouTube because it's not like real people right in front of me. And so this was kind of like talking to a big giant YouTube panel, except I was in person. But there were also people in the room with me that I was talking to at the same time. And so I was trying to like I was trying to orient it was a very unique format, and I was trying to orient to the format. Because if they had just sat me in front of a little laptop and said, "Okay, here's your topic. You have 2 minutes, go." I would have been fine. So part of it is like part of communication I'm learning is the setting, the context for it, the environmental um like factors that are. No, you're not. Televised, I forgot to tell you. Um I figured out how to unblock you the other day. So you're here. Welcome. Yeah, I do have monkey blood. I'm proud of my monkey blood. We all have monkey blood. We're very advanced monkeys. I did that one night, but I don't want to base my whole. I have a bad tendency. It's like when you go on one date and you think you've met the person of your dreams, and then two or three more dates, and you're like, oh, I didn't notice all that other stuff. I don't. This dream is not as much of a dream. But honestly, compared to the experience I've had up until last night, it was a drink of water in a desert. I think I think I have an eye for several things. I have an eye for intelligence, and I can definitely say these people were all very intelligent. They were not dummies. They were not overly conformist. Each one had their own personality, their own way of expressing themselves. They were comfortable doing it. The topic of mental health even came up, uh, and so they're able to talk about things that I can relate to, and they were just different. They were very different from the people and kind of working class professionals that I'm used to meeting up here. And and here's another big quality that I noticed about them. They were pretty low anxiety. Like their anxiety levels relative to the anxiety levels of the people that I'm used to meeting. This is a high anxiety culture. And these people were relatively chill and relaxed with each other and with newcomers. That's something I don't see a lot up here. Oh, Biggie Smalls. Um, well, you know what we're talking about tomorrow is what a man is. What is a real man? What makes a man a man? What makes a real man a real man? Like people know who the real men are, and they know who the real men are not, or do they? What are they going off of? How do we know that? So, with our show with Joe tomorrow, I think that's going to be a good topic. The theme of last night was engagement, and it was a very broad theme because the Toastmaster himself, they have a role called Toastmaster that kind of leads the meeting, and it switches off. They have all these different roles, and another good thing, if you join Toastmasters, they have these. It's kind of a form of leadership training, and they have all these educational paths you could take that target different skills that you could work on. And so they have all of these roles that you can take on to practice some of those leadership skills. And one of them is Toastmaster. And so the Toastmaster opened the meeting with the entire dictionary definition of engagement. And there were so many connotations of engagement beyond what we would just think about in a social context. And so it was a very broad topic. And then the word of the night was inspiration. And so that was very easy because when they set the topic as engagement, I immediately went to community engagement because that's what I do. And inspiration, I came up with on my own before they even announced it as the word. So I was already ready to talk about engagement as something you inspire rather than engineer. And so it all worked together. The thing that threw me off though, um, they had this extra little challenge where they had this list of phrases like cliches like take the bull by the horns, stop and smell the roses, stuff like that. Um, and you had to pick one and then try to work it into your speech. And I didn't really see any that fit my topic, and so I picked one, and it when I tried to work into my speech, it just threw me off because then I wasn't going off of just like inspiration. I wasn't going off of spontaneity anymore. I was trying to artificially introduce something into a speech that before that point I was just kind of working off of my own knowledge of the topic. And the whole speech started to break down at that point. So it was learning to coordinate this artificial element that they were having you add in with the kind of organic, impromptu nature, improvisational nature of my speech. Grown man ain't got to talk to you. No, they don't. And many don't. I don't think anybody's obligated to talk to anybody unless it's transactional and you need to conduct some kind of business in our society. Like I'm sure you have to talk to your pharmacist when you pick up a prescription or the teller at the bank or something. But no, I don't feel entitled to have anyone talk to me. I don't feel entitled to a response if I express my opinion. I have the right to express it, but nobody owes me anything in response. Oh, we have a guest. We have the revered and honored Mr. Vinny Pots and Pans.
Greetings and salutations.
What's up? You sound like you go to a Toastmasters.
What's that? What's a
Oh,
Toastmaster?
are you serious? You're so polished.
I don't know what that is.
It's a a public speaking group. They help you learn public speaking. I went to one last night.
Ah. I thought
So
it was
yeah,
people
you
who
sound
like,
like you don't even need a Toastmasters.
sounds like a group of people that like toast. You know, a little butter and jam on it or something. Or dry
Yeah.
white toast. Toast
Hey
me up.
Leggy, you should go to a Toastmasters.
How you been, brother?
I've been good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, same old shit. Nice Friday
Same.
night. Just got done doing the boo shit errands and stuff, and I saw that you were on. I said, you know what? Let me say hi. I hadn't been up for a while.
Yep, I'm on yakking away. Are
Yeah.
you getting any downloads today?
Oh, all the time.
Oh,
Oh yeah, good stuff. Good stuff is happening in the universe. You rest assured.
well.
People are like, what does he get downloaded with?
What you
Is he
got
getting
for us?
downloaded with that new 7G?
D-
Vinny's got that new 7 to 8G.
Oh Lord. What did I open? Yeah, download us some of your wisdom.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you call it wisdom. It's just downloads. Nah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, no, it's
How's your New Year been? What'd you do for the holidays?
just chilled with the cat. Just hung out.
Cat, do you have family or friends that you
Oh
it's good
yeah,
to
I
see?
had family around and stuff, but no, I went solo this year. It was nice actually. It was really fucking nice. You know,
I
you just
should go to a what?
A Toastmasters.
What the fuck is a
It's
Toastmasters?
so cool. You would love it. It's like Panelverse, but in real life, and it's public speaking. People talk about different topics, and they help you like learn how to
Oh.
express your
people
topics
who like
I'd
a
better.
lot
rather
of
go
toast.
to Roastmasters than Toastmasters.
Well, it's very similar. You could probably turn it into a roast
Well,
master.
like when you join that group, they give you a free toaster
I bet they do. I do.
and a loaf of white bread.
Well, I
Not to
am
be
a cracker.
racist.
A
Not to
rich,
be
a
racist
rich
with
to
the
be,
bread.
a rich to be
All right, we'll throw in a
precise.
marble rye for everybody to be happy. See, not just white bread; it's marble rye.
Well, you know,
It's a new age.
somebody's got to be marble.
That's it. That's it. The old rye. How you
I
been,
just like.
Leggy? How you been, bro?
I've been all right. Doing all right, Vinny.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
Been, causing some rifts here and there, but other than that, I've been
Causing a
doing all right.
ruckus. A
What riffs
Yeah,
are you
ruckus.
call? Is it YouTube riffs or real life?
YouTube, not
Oh,
in real
okay.
life.
Because
Fuck
with you,
you.
it could honestly be both. I've heard your
No,
stories.
real life. No, real life. I'm
Leggy
fucking.
runs around on his off time and he just takes those lobster claws and he clamps them onto people's nipples and runs away.
Ooh, that would be fun, dude. If dude, that would be funny for like one or two videos. But after that, I feel like somebody would punch me the fuck out.
The
You worry
lobster.
about that?
Rock a lobster.
Well,
I've been
what?
punched out.
I
Didn't even
mean,
see it coming.
let's think about it. I mean, if you get somebody and you're fucking with somebody, usually you're fucking with somebody like a big dude or something. You're not fucking with like a little dweeb. You're gonna fuck with a big dude because that makes a funnier video. You know what I mean? So like,
Oh yeah, you want to punch down or get punched.
no, I don't want to get punched at all.
Oh,
What fun's that? Unless you're making money, what's fun's getting punched?
Hmm.
Do you like getting punched for free? I don't like getting punched for
I
free.
don't like getting punched at all. That
Well,
was
I mean,
not. That was not a pleasant ordeal. It's nothing I would go back for.
well,
Like I'm not like Fight Club. The people that get fun out of getting their ass
right. So you're
beaten, all
saying you're
bloodied
no
up. Not
Kimbo
me.
Slice, huh?
The what?
I said you're no Kimbo Slice, huh?
No.
Kimbo Slice.
Dude,
So
back in his
what
heyday,
riffs have you been causing?
we went through it yesterday. I don't need
Oh,
to
we did.
rehash it. Yeah, I told you yesterday. I don't need to rehash it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
a
even
man who
remember.
just looks
Well,
forward.
you need to
You
get
don't even
better
know
at your
get to it.
riffs because I don't even remember them.
Well, good, because it's not that important.
Oh, okay.
I just keep moving forward. I don't let that shit sweat.
That's
But
it. Keep it pushing, baby.
look, I base words on definitions, not what people have put in their head that it fucking like it's. You know what I mean? I'm basing words on definitions, the actual definitions of words. Yeah.
He's a
So
Webster man, Jeff. He's a Webster
yeah,
man.
exactly. Fuck man.
Everybody has their own stories in their head anyway.
Well, it is what it is.
There's
I'm
a
a very
million
logical
stories
person.
in the naked city.
Well,
This has been one of them.
well, at least we're here and not in fucking L.A. Talk about that. You must be getting some pretty shitty air quality up that way.
It's gorgeous here. The sun's been out. The air's been crisp and fresh. It's it's brisk. It's kind of pleasant to walk around in.
Yo, that's
Yeah,
brick,
but like you
baby.
don't. There's no. I guess the way the wind's blowing, maybe it's not blowing up.
Must not
Maybe.
be. Or we're far enough away from it.
That's brisk, baby. Nothing is over. Just
Are
in the
you driving
beginning.
around right now?
No, I'm home.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. I love your ceiling, your beams.
Yeah, he's got that coffin look, right? That coffin ceiling.
Yeah, I like it. That coffin chic. It has a Twin Peaks look to it.
Very nice. Yeah, I have the it's naughty pine, I think, right? Like I have naughty pine not the
Yeah.
naughty. Yeah, I got naughty pine. It's very naughty wood.
Yeah.
No, naughty pine, right? Naughty
Yeah. So what it is, it's
naughty
a
pine.
cabin kit. So it's like the beams are all prefabbed, and they put like somehow in the middle of them they've put like a thin thing of insulation, like in them somehow, and then like there's just like pins that holds it together. Because
Oh,
I had
you
the
made it
argument.
yourself?
'Cause- no, no,
Oh.
my landlord. Uh, when we moved in, there was only like bottom cabinets. There was no cabinets up above, right? So I'm like, so we had to get some. She argued with me that there was studs in the wall. I go, you realize that this is a log cabin, but it's not a real log cabin. Yes, it is. I go, the only studs in just because it's not real doesn't look like a fucking log and it's square inside. It just means it was machined. I go, it's still fucking wood very much all the way through. Argue with me, there has to be beams. I go, the only beams are the interior walls and upstairs. Is the only framing, structural framing there is. So,
Hmm. The more you know.
Does it
but,
have a green roof like the Lincoln Logs did?
yeah, no, well, no. There's a shingle roof.
You know, I always loved opening up the it was like a big can, Jeff, of the log, the Lincoln logs, and you open it up, and I just took a big whiff of it, like
Oh yeah.
that nice wood smell in
Is it
there.
like that cedar wood or something?
Yeah, it was like a big
Lincoln
hamster
Logs and
cage.
Tinker Toys.
It smelled like a big hamster cage with the cedar wood inside. Lincoln log.
Yep. Fucking, our world's going to hell. I think we're in the end of times as we speak.
It's changing, but it doesn't have to be hell.
All
What are
perspective.
you seeing?
Well, I mean, you look at L.A. LA's burning the fuck down.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
The
like, I just don't.
Palisades.
How does California seem to always have like major wildfires every single fucking year?
Because it's dry and the wind.
There's plenty of other places that's fucking dry, and you don't see them like that.
We
Like, I
had we
don't.
had it up here during 2020. We had some of our bad fire. Seattle was covered with smoke. That never happened before.
The
I
schmoke.
think part of it is just if it doesn't get the right amount of rain or moisture. I had a friend that lived in Oregon, and she said that the big trees, something about the if the rain doesn't get to the forest floor, if they're like blocked out by the trees, then the stuff on the floor, the leaves and pine needles and stuff stay dry, and then lightning can spark them off.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
have.
that is true, I guess, because like I know, like if you get in stuff like that, they will burn underground sometimes. Like it won't even burn. It won't even burn above ground. It will burn underneath, and like smolder and shit.
It's
Yeah,
mostly due to the dry weather and big canopy. A lot of big canopy and not so much water, and then boom, there you go. And people
I
who throw
guess,
cigarette butts out their window of their cars, that'll start it too.
and they still don't know how this LA one started. I don't think. At
We'll,
least
we'll
last time
just
I checked.
we'll blame it on Suge Knight, and right, he set a riot off in the jail. That's what we'll say.
Why not? One
Well, we could blame it
conspiracy is
on
as
the
good as another.
rain, but that really doesn't work because we need the rain. Blame it on the rain. It was finally falling.
Who was that? Millie Vanilli?
Yep. That wasn't my favorite song. My favorite song was the other one they sung. I'm trying to think of it as I'm thinking about it here. What was the name
Was
of it?
it the one that
Girl,
they
you
got
know it's
caught lip
true.
syncing on?
It's the I'm gonna butcher the shit out of this. Sunset the dream is over, and I never will forget the
Holy
day
fuck!
we
Baby, don't
met.
forget my
Girl,
number.
I'm gonna miss you. That song.
My dog just did something she's never done since I've had her. I was fucking sitting here eating a chicken salad sandwich, right? I'm
Right.
eating one half of it. I'm talking to you guys. I turn back around. She's done ate my other half of my fucking sandwich.
Dun dun
Off your plate. It
dun.
was on your table?
Well, no, it's sitting beside me. I'm sitting on the couch, but
Oh, she
still,
grabbed it off the
she's
couch?
never done that before.
What do you do to her?
What are you
There's
mad
not
at?
much
She
you can
must be
do, I
mad at
guess.
me because she was home most of the day by herself, so she must be mad at me.
She's a fan of the chicken salad.
Are
You
you
know what I'm
mad at
saying?
me? You are, aren't you? Oh yeah,
A good chicken salad. Let me tell you something. I'll steal somebody's half.
dude. I tell you what, there ain't much in this chicken salad sandwich. It's just chicken, mayonnaise, salt, and pepper, but it's a pretty
Even the
fucking
name
good sandwich.
chicken salad sounds gross.
Like, especially like me, I like to put like potato chips in it, like on top of it in the middle
Oh,
of the
yeah.
sandwich, you know?
It's the way you say the salad. You gotta go salad. See, say it like that, Jeff, and go chicken salad,
That
samad.
sounds
Like a
pretentious.
chicken salad,
I
samad.
don't know how to be
You know, that
pretentious.
sounds fun. No,
Are you trying to toss the chicken salad, Vinny?
Chicken salad.
I'm a chicken salad sandwich whisperer.
Hmm.
The sandwich knows me. I'm going to think about its past
I'm so
lives.
mad at you right now, dog. Like, why would you do that? You bozo.
And I never will forget the day we met. Girl, I'm going to miss you. See, now I got that song in my
Do
head.
you do karaoke at all, or do you have any
Yeah,
kind
I
of
love
singing
karaoke.
career?
You've never heard Vinny's album? Vinny's got like 3 albums out.
No way.
Yeah.
I've seen
I
his
can't
YouTube
dox him. I can't
stuff,
dox
but
him. But it's true story.
do
Joey
you have a
Joey
Bandcamp or
Amico even
something? A
said so.
SoundCloud?
You know what I'm talking about, Vinny, right?
Like, yeah.
What
That's
is
an
it?
inside joke, Jeff said.
Oh, okay. It's not
That's
true. I'm
an,
not missing anything.
No, just
no,
blame it on the
Joey
rain.
Amico claimed that Vinny was this other guy. I almost bought into it for a minute. I kind of bought into it because the guy does sound like Vinny.
What was his
Oh.
name again? It was
Vinny Saint Martin.
yeah. I gotta look that guy up, Jeff. This other guy thinks he thinks I'm this
He's
guy.
like an older guy. He has glasses and shit.
He's
Like,
blind.
but
I
he's
think.
blind. But
Yeah.
apparently he's blind.
He's a
Oh,
good
this
singer,
is
though.
Vinny. Hang on.
They think that's me.
I'm gonna dox you, Vinny.
Yeah, that's who he says he is. But
How a
here's the
blind man
weird
must.
thing though. You got to listen to this guy
They
speak in
think
an
that's me.
interview because he does sound a lot like Vinny. Like I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
even joking. Like he does. Like you got to listen to him, Jeff.
All right,
Because
let me see
there's
if I
some
can find some
interviews. So just
non-copyrighted.
think about Vinny just talking casual, just in an interview setting, not trying to be funny, laugh, but in a serious moment. You know what I mean?
He
You,
sings that one song really good. Like I forget which one it was. When we all
I
found
mean, he
out.
does sing pretty good. So
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, fuck it, rock it. Say yeah, you are him.
He's like one of those like cruise ship kind of singers, Jeff. You know, he's almost maybe Hollywood material, but hey, go sail on the seas for 6 months and polish that song out. Yeah, Saint Martin. Wow, like you're bringing me back.
I'm worried. Most of it is him singing. I'm worried it's gonna be copyrighted.
No, but there's like an interview though he does.
Yeah, let me try to find an interview.
And
Yeah,
hey, look,
he's like one of those. I think you know what I could be wrong because it's been a couple of years now, so I can't remember how he sounds. If I was thinking about it, it sounds like he's like one of those. Yeah, man, like cool. Dig it. You
and I
dig it,
think
man?
because Vinny, did you cam up one time in a luchador mask?
Yes.
All right, I think that's what he was basing it on too. Because he was
All right,
like,
I think.
look at Vinny in this. He had like, look at that. In this. Yeah.
I was thinking about a few of the things that Ray Charles and I might have had in common.
You think this is like Vinny?
We both lost our eyesight at
It's
a
hard
very
to
young
hear.
age. I was 7. Ray was 9.
I mean, this was like
We
a
both
10-year
were
old,
enveloped by the
10-year
love of
old
music
fucking thing too. So
right
I like
from
the
the
bowling.
I don't know if
show.
this would convince me.
I like
and
the
something
bowling
I'm
show.
very, very proud of.
I do like
This
the
is who
look.
they
I
thought
think
I
it's
was.
obvious to everybody. And I've been
How do we
doing
know
Probably
you're
still
not?
yeah, but there's another clip where the guy was like a little bit more funnier, and it like if you could. I wish I my
Jeff,
other.
you never saw me in my luchador mask? They think I was what was the name, Leggy? Rey Mysterio. They think I was Rey Mysterio too.
No, no. Well, obviously we're talking about senior, not junior. But the senior's dead anyway, so he just died.
I said I don't even know who that is. Yeah, my first introduction a lot on. I don't do it for everybody, but I stopped doing it for a while now. I have these luchador masks, Jeff, and I show up on my mask. So I'll cam up with my luchador mask.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, cool. Do you make them
there's
yourself?
a video out there. You can find me. I'm on there.
What do I look up? Vinny Pots and Pans?
Type in Mr. Fish Vlogs.
Mr. Who?
Fish.
Fish?
Yeah, Mr. Fish.
Anything else?
I don't know. And my name, Mr. Fish, Vinny Pots and Pans. There should be a couple of videos. But there's one that you see me. I'm sitting there and he interviews me, but I'm wearing a mask.
Live talk show with Vinny Pots and Pans
And this is what
and Mrs. Fish.
It's good people. They're out in the Philippines.
And I think this is what Joey.
Oh
based
no
it
way! Can I show it?
Yeah.
The only thing is he
it's
doesn't.
not copyrighted, so you could play it. You could play the whole damn thing. It's pretty cool. I think I make.
He
a good
has it
point.
really
Right
small.
there.
It's not panel sized. But let's see.
Make sure you're on the right one. I'm wearing a
This
yellow
one?
shirt. If you see me. Yeah, it is
And
me.
to refresh your mind is to really take a look
Make it
God, I
bigger.
wish I
down
could
within
blow it up.
yourself.
Yeah, make it
and
bigger.
You
say,
should be able to.
You know, what am I doing?
No,
here?
because
on
it's
your-
on his.
Let
end.
alone on YouTube, just in life in general.
Yeah, but if you go
And
to your
if you're going
instead of making
through
it full screen on
day-to-day
your web
ruts
browser, you
of,
should be
Start
able
it over
to
and give us
zoom
the
in.
break
Not
and let it play. And make
being
it bigger.
happy. And you know, happiness really is the key to life.
Vinny, this is the
You
coolest
know,
thing.
in order to
Almost ever.
proceed and have really good
Oh my
blessings
God!
coming your
can't-
way.
I want a panel guest.
And you don't
Yeah,
even have
start
to
it
be
over.
a really
Like this so bad.
heavy religious person to
conversation.
understand the law of attraction theory
That's a
is
cool
what I
mask.
really
Did you buy
have
it or
based
make
my
it?
life on.
Oh, I bought it.
Is
Yeah.
if you're a
Does,
positive
does
person,
he ever?
only
I'm gonna
positive
mute and
energy is going to
listen, but they're
come
What
gonna
a
take
way
it
to
too
do a
much.
your way.
panel and
What's
not
with
If
you,
you're
stop
a
man?
negative
sharing
Good shit.
your
person,
browser.
only negative energy is going to come your way. That's what they call
Right.
the law of attraction.
This is
When you're
hilarious.
when you're constantly down in the dumps and you think woe is me and you focus on negative things,
Right.
you're just going to continue to get more of that. It is basically a very simple equation. What you focus on any given moment is what you're going to get in return coming your way. So if you're noticing the lack of anything in your life, such as
Correct.
lack of money, lack of a good relationship, lack of whatever it is, if you're focusing on the lack thereof and the negativity side of that, you're only going to continue to keep getting that. You're not going to move ahead.
Exactly.
You're not going to get anything positive. It's just
So
that's
what
just
do
the
you
way it
focus
works,
on then?
you know.
Right.
And just the opposite.
Oh,
If you at least could focus on being grateful for where you are right now in life and have a wonderful time, and you don't have to be ecstatic. You don't have to be jumping for joy around everything all the time. But as
Right.
long as you are happy and content, you'll continue to get happy things coming down your way.
I hope so. I'm gonna try that. I am living for that. Wow.
Now, just
That
saying,
made
you,
me
you
happy
look
and content.
now. You look at that video of Vinny, and you look at that video of that other guy. Vinny's much like broader. Like Vinny looks like he's a pretty rugged guy, especially probably when he was younger. Like you
Is
look
that
at Vinny.
toxic positivity that they talk about?
I mean, this is my theory. There's no point to go around and be pissy all the time and shit. Like you should pick and choose your battles and shit. When to stand your ground, when not to. Like I don't feel like you should stand your ground every single fucking time and make yourself look like a jackass. Like there's certain times when you should just bite the bullet, walk fuck away, and fucking kind of concede in a way. You
You do
know?
that?
Yeah, of course I do.
Oh, okay.
I'm married. Of course I fucking do. You think like today? I went to work just because my wife wanted to go to bingo tonight. Like that's all I worked for all day. I made $120 in today, and I gave it to her just to if I can go blow on bingo.
Man,
You know,
that's
just
love.
because. Did I want to do that? No, but I did it because I wanted to be happy. Plus, I know in the long run I'm probably going to get some pussy out of it. So,
Oh, okay. So there's a plus. You get the house to yourself tonight,
well, my
or do you
oldest
have to go
daughter's
with
home.
her?
No, my oldest daughter's home.
Okay.
So.
I love bingo. I would go.
He's on a union break.
Yeah, it's like usually when people are pissed, it's for a reason. But I also think that people can choose
That's what I'm
what to do
saying.
with their emotions too.
Exactly. I mean, there's sometimes put it in check, and sometimes you shouldn't. You should pick and choose. You should also learn when to eat crow and when not to eat crow. You know what I mean? In the long run. Because, like, if you fucked up, it's better to admit you fucked up than try to be a bitch and fucking deny it in the long run, you know?
Yeah,
Makes you
if
look
on the
bigger.
rare occasions that you do fuck up, yeah.
My dad always taught me, if you fuck up, you do something, do not fucking lie about it. Because the consequences are worse when you lie. Always. And that was true. Like, if I lied to my dad, like, I either got my ass whooped, or depending on what it was, or fucking, I got a lot of shit taken the fuck away. You know? So, so I always learn, And then, of course, with the law, same thing with the law. No point fucking, if you know if you did something, unless you know for a fact there's no fucking evidence out there, you know? You might as well cough the fuck up, especially nowadays, because most likely there's a video of you or a picture of you
Oh,
doing
right.
something somewhere. That's how
Minority
I say it
Report.
nowadays. Like, I'm not saying, like, you know, I'm not saying that there isn't innocent fucking people that get locked the fuck up and shit gets misconstrued. And I'm not saying that at all. But 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna say most people are incarcerated because they did the crime and or they couldn't fucking prove that they didn't do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was just they couldn't prove it. And they have no way of proving it. Which then I feel bad for them select few individuals that really didn't do it, but yet have no way of proving that they didn't do it.
Well, like they would prove it to a judge, or you mean to the cop arrested them?
Well, either way, you know what I mean? Like to a cop, to a DA, to the judge, the jury, whatever the case may be. It's like that Tyrone Tucker, right? Uh he was in Florida. He was in the treehouse murder. The first time around, he fucking defended himself, and the state had very little evidence to convict him. Right? Really? So, like, he had wind up getting a hung jury. Well, he's been in jail long enough that the DA's like, well, if you plead no contest, then then we'll just let you out because on time served. So I'm thinking, all right, so you're saying you didn't do it, but yet you're gonna plead no contest to it, which is still pretty much a guilty charge in a way. I mean, it is, but it's not. I mean, you get found guilty and sentenced of the crime, so it's like,
So
it,
it's
it,
kind of a
it
game.
yeah, it really. So like, I feel like the guy's calling up that he did it. Then he was friends with this woman who I don't know why they got married. She's a fucking millionaire, legit millionaire. Fucking marry this fucking guy. Soon as their case is out and free, this fucking dude's fucking hers divorced. And now I see on Facebook and his YouTube shit that he now has a GoFundMe page out because he needs money to survive after he just conned fucking bukus of money out of this other woman to pay for his legal fees and keep him going in jail. I mean, whatever. But it's just like, you gotta think about it with all the context of all the shit, he was just blowing smoke up everybody's ass so he could get what the fuck he wanted. But I do commend him for the first time around beating the state.
Who have you ever heard of that gets convicted, guilty of a felony, but gets no penalty?
Well, that's true too. But Vinny, can
Are you
you
talking about
explain
Trump?
to me where you got the cop background and shit? No contest. What exactly does a no contest when you plead no contest? What does that mean exactly? Do you know or roughly know what it means?
Specifically, I don't know, but if I had to guess, a no contest, like a plea, you mean?
Yeah, like you plead no
Okay, so if
contest.
I'm up in
So
front of the
you're
judge,
not yourself's not given a
right?
very a guilty plea either way or
So
non-guilty plea.
to me, I take that as like I'm going to plead the fifth. Like I'm just going
Yeah,
to stay silent on this completely. Like
yeah,
I'm not contesting, but I'm not uncontesting. I'm just not saying shit.
yeah.
You know.
I
Let's
mean,
see.
that's my general understanding
Yeah.
too, but I just didn't know if there was more to it than that.
Pleading guilty means you admitted that you committed the crime. No contest means that you accept the conviction, but you're avoiding admitting guilt.
So what? But how does that
So
work on your
guilty is
record though?
yes, I did it. No contest is I'll take the punishment, but I'm not saying that I did it.
So like, does that like I
It,
guess
it's kind of
it's
saying you kind of did it in a way. Like, well, it's
It's
either
called
you did
nolo
some bullshit. You know
contendere.
what I mean?
I mean it's
Contendere.
like a way of saying you did it, but you don't want to release the details of how you did it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
or you know what I mean? So I still think though, I if I was him, I would have taken my chances of going
It
back.
says you technically admit that you're guilty, but you don't have to actually admit that you're guilty. So you're not on record
So a non
as
contest, a no contest, Jeff, would that be like that's so they didn't have a trial on it, right? So that means the guy said fuck the trial, no contest, or he had went through a trial and then he pled not.
it
He
it
went
is
through a
say that
trial. So the
It
case
is
I'm talking,
considered the same as a guilty. Like when you plead no contest, they have to inform you that it's going to be considered the same as a guilty plea.
well, yeah, I
With
mean, I
no trial,
understand.
right? With no trial.
So
Because
this guy
why have a
here,
trial if the guy's saying, "Hey, fuck it, you know, I'm
the first trial,
coming in,
he
but
had
I'm
a
not
Oh,
going
hung
to smoke."
jury. And then
here's
they
why you would want to
decided to
do it.
retry him. Again, they picked him up on a fucking warrant because he didn't do a piss test. He was living in Oregon, and this was in Florida, the case. He missed the piss test. They picked him up again, and he's been in jail for the last few months and all that
Well, he
shit.
should not have missed the piss test.
Well, he had a bunch of excuses why he missed
I
it.
hope he
Yeah, well,
studied.
he missed the
But
piss
the
test.
first time, anyways, he beat the state with a hung jury. The state decided to retry him, but I don't think he didn't have the money to. She wasn't going to pay for the second trial, so that's why he took the no contest. Honestly, it's what I honestly think. She
Well,
wasn't going to pay.
here's why you would do it. Because in a misdemeanor case, that's not a felony. If you plead no contest, they can't use the guilty plea against you in a civil lawsuit.
What about a felony,
Mm.
though?
The felony is the same exact as guilty, but in a misdemeanor, it protects you from having the guilty plea used against you if they decide to sue you civilly. So that's a situation where you would want to, where you could do no contest and gain an advantage from it.
The situation.
At least according to that one website that I just looked at.
I just plead the lobster, Leggy. Just plead lobster.
I just tried to stay out of trouble in the first place, so I don't have to plead any of that. But and I make sure I take my piss test when I'm supposed to.
Have you eaten any fries lately? Did you get your fry fix?
The other day I was forced to eat McDonald's fries because Kentucky Fried Chicken was closed. The
Oh, the
door was locked.
humanity of it.
KFC fries? What? What the fuck are you, Jeff? Are you an alien? Why the fuck wouldn't you eat either Wendy's fries or fucking McDonald's fries?
Yeah, McDonald. That's what I'm talking about.
Wendy's fries are like thicker, right? They're a little thick. They're like
I don't
steak
know. I
fries,
like
right?
Wendy's fries. Those are
I
my
don't know. I
favorite.
haven't had Wendy's fries in like 20 years.
I picked up a
Wendy's fries
frozen
are my
bag of
favorite.
Arby's fries. I want to try those out. So.
Arby's, the curly fries. Dude, there isn't even an Arby's in my area anymore. I miss Arby's.
meats. Arby's. We got the meats.
I bet you do have the meat, don't you, Vinny? Is it a
Ooh.
fucking pure fucking Italian sausage, ain't it?
Oh, damn. No mook. Hey, no contest.
That would be, no, what's the
I
other one?
plead no contest, Leggy. No contest. Oh, man, that's a good one.
Well,
Arby's. We have to. There's a good place in Brooklyn. For any
where's
fries.
the beef?
There's a place called Rollin' Roaster and a place called Sheepshead Bay. And it's been there forever. Good stuff, man. That's where you get like the nice roast beef with the fucking roll, and they just put all that cheese on it and fucking onions and shit, and just
Like a Philly?
yeah, I guess so. It's a famous place. It's called Roll and Roaster out of Brooklyn. It's off Emmons Avenue in Sheepshead Bay. It's a good place. I think it's still there. It should be, I guess. But let me tell you, man, the whole place growing up and shit, like especially when we were done like cruising and doing shit like that at that age, we'd all fucking go back there because every single person that worked at that place was this beautiful fucking female with the biggest tits.
Jesus.
The whole place was just all his work was like it was like that Seinfeld episode. Like everybody in there just had big tits and shit.
You sure it wasn't like Hooters? It wasn't a Hooters?
Imagine.
No, it wasn't a hoodie. I mean, they're cooking like with the big tits sticking out.
Well,
You know
so
what
I made the mistake. I've only been to Hooters one time in my life because I really only wanted the wings, right? And there was a football game. Me and the wife was in Boston. We were coming home. I go, I want to stop and watch the game and eat some wings. I go, I want to go to Hooters. She never went with the wife. Because, like, all she did, oh my God, I can't believe what they're wearing. Like, I'm like, Jesus Christ here.
I
Like,
like that orange they do with, and they have their. I don't know. I like the uniform colors. Looks nice. Orange
Yeah.
is my favorite color.
look. Then she got all pissy because like on the You know how they do it on the napkin? They put like their name on the napkin and have a nice day or whatever or
Yeah.
whatever. Well, that's what she did, and of course it was on my napkin. That oh Jesus Christ! I go, well, that's what the fuck they do. I go, they fucking do it to the man. Well, not when his wife's there.
What's that one place with the video games and shit? I always
Chuck E.
wanted to try it.
Cheese.
The Dave and Buster's is a
Oh,
place out here. They call it Dave and Buster's. It's like a. It's kind of like just like a regular joint. It's like an Applebee's with video games, you know. Like old video games are pretty cool, like the '80s.
like the arcade style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of like the upswing in popularity is these bars that are coming around and they're catering like to the old '80s video game kind of bars. Yeah, it's like just it's like it'll just like take you back. Yeah, it's like an arcade
Retro.
for adults. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an arcade bar for adults. Really, it's pretty interesting.
Do you play games to win points for free beer?
I guess, right?
I mean, that would be a pretty cool way
Like
to
the
get
little ski
adults.
pole and shit. You
Instead of
go up,
tickets for like toys and candy, you get tickets for fucking
yeah,
beer and fucking
appetizer.
condoms.
Yeah, hey, Leggy, I got enough tickets for a basket of wings. Let's
What,
go.
you
Yeah.
condoms? You can win condoms.
What?
Say
I was saying beer and condoms at a bar. You know?
condoms?
Yeah. You telling me you've never gone to the bar and picked somebody up? Like,
Not well.
I
Yeah, but they have them for free, like on the bar. Not.
A bowl of
Did you say
condoms.
you have to get
well,
points
maybe
in a
at a
video
gay
game to
bar,
get?
but I've never gone to a bar where there's a bowl of
Oh yeah,
condoms
the
on the.
gate they just can't hand them
Maybe
out.
at the
It's right
Blue
there at the
Oyster,
door.
Leggy.
When
At
you
the
walk in,
Blue
there's a
Oyster.
big bowl. You just grab all you need.
Yeah, yeah, no. I see. I
At
don't
the
But
know
Blue
as
nothing
Oyster.
about that.
teenagers, we used to
You
at
should hook
the
up with Eric
convenience
Lawless,
store in the
though.
bathroom they
I
had
hear
the
Eric
condom
Lawless
machine.
likes to freaking them in Portland.
It's like the Blue Oyster. You open up the door and you dun, 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 dun. Remember that in Police Academy, Jeff? That movie. They're running from everybody. They're in the back alley, and they decide to hit this one door, but it's the back door to a gay bar called the Blue Oyster. And they go in there.
Oh, vaguely.
The guys
What
are
is
all
it?
dressed in chaps and shit, and all the biker outfit. They're all, it's a big gay bar, and all they start
Can you
dancing.
tell me why all these old guys decide, like, you got these good franchises, right, of movies, and then all these old guys decide to come back 20 years later now and do a fucking sequel to them?
Hey,
Like,
so
and
look,
like, some of them, like, have dropped the ball, like, Beverly Hills Cop, right? Axel F.
They made it. Wait, they did another one.
could have had a
Yeah,
food and beverage job.
yeah,
What?
Could have, man.
yeah, yeah. It's on Netflix.
No
It's
way.
Beverly
Is
Hills
it
Cop.
good?
Well, I mean, so they tried to capture the magic of the first one with a modern day twist, and it just doesn't. I mean, it's all right, but it's not as good as like the
Wow.
original, like 1 and 2. The
It's called
third one was
Axel
kind of,
F. 20.
yeah,
It came out last
yeah,
2024. Wow.
yeah. I mean, it's not bad. It's a good nostalgia movie, but like,
Is it worth? Like, is it a waste of 2 hours?
eh, I mean, did you watch Top Gun Maverick?
I did. Yeah.
What was your take on Top Gun
It
Maverick?
was okay. Kind
That
of
it
the
was pretty
same.
much the
Like,
first one recycled.
yeah, a little bit. I mean, it brought you back to that spirit of that movie,
So
but
my best thing
The
to say
spirit
is
of
this
the
one
movie.
is Beverly Hills Cop meets fucking uh uh Lethal Weapon. You know what I mean? Really, this one.
Remember the bad guy Leggy in the first Beverly Hills Cop? Didn't he have like that big wart in the middle of his forehead? He was getting chauffeured around. He drove.
Yeah,
He
that was
had like that big wart. I was like, he had a big wart on his forehead.
yeah. Who the fuck was that guy? Because he was. It was
He was
that. That
like
was
a
the
bad guy.
same guy that was the bad guy.
Victor Maitland, right? Victor Maitland was his name.
That's the same guy that was in Gone in 60 Seconds with Nicolas Cage, right?
I think so. I think. That's funny. Victor Maitland.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because like he's like Max, party, and then they come in and he spins Max around and all this, and she introduces herself, and then through the pillow, boom. I'm like, why the hell did they have to shoot her? They should have shot the ugly fucking white girl. At least the fucking black chick was fine.
Just shoot the ugly people. Good.
Well, I mean, come on. I'm not saying the white chick wasn't alright, but out of the two, I mean, it's like Beyonce beside fucking Rachel Ray. Rachel Ray's fine by herself, but you put her beside fucking like Beyonce, it's like, alright, I'm gonna take Beyonce. You know what I mean? Like, Rashan.
Yeah, he's got some nice hips. Mm.
Oh, me, it's Rachel Ray's voice. I don't know why that New York.
I was never a fan of hers, really.
Really?
She's that cooking lady.
Yeah.
Gary Busey. The fuck was God? No, that was shit.
Point Break.
Yeah, Point Break. And then what was the other one? Uh, the other one with shit. Um,
Gary Busey, man. I haven't heard that name in a while.
oh, the fuck's the other one? Um,
He's like an actor that just doesn't act. It's just Gary Busey. Just let
yeah,
him-
pretty much. Eddie Murphy's in this other one. It has he's a cop in this one too. And then there's another guy. It's older than it's it's right around the time of Beverly Hills Cop. The fuck, there was two of them all together.
Had good music in the first one.
Was Eddie Murphy in it? Yeah, it was Jan
Yeah,
Hammer.
yeah. Shit. There was two movies. There was the
Was it
first one.
48 Hours?
Yes,
Yeah, with
yes,
Nick Nolte. With Nick Nolte.
yes.
He's like, oh, I'm a ragtop man.
Yeah, that was a good movie. My
Yeah, that was
favorite
good. I
movie of
watched
all
that
time is
last
Tango
year.
and Cash. Dude, that's my absolute favorite movie. Kurt
With
Russell.
Tom Hanks? No, I'm thinking
No,
of Turner and Hooch.
no,
Who's
no, no,
Tango
no.
and Cash?
Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell.
Oh,
Snake
okay.
Plissken, Escape from
I'll
New
be
York.
honest. I have never seen this guy before or heard of him.
Who?
The Gary guy.
Really?
Oh,
Gary
Gary
Busey?
Busey? What?
No, I'm
Oh.
trying.
Have you ever
I
seen
looked
the
it
He
up.
was on
original
The
Point
Apprentice
Break?
His
one season.
face.
Point Break with Patrick Swayze, the original one.
Actually,
Pat-
have I
well, yeah,
seen
Patrick
any
You
of
should
the
watch
movies
him on
he's in?
reality TV shows to
Oh
get the
yeah.
real Gary
What
Busey.
the fuck was that
He's
show?
crazy.
Was it the weight loss one on VH1?
Oh
Wasn't it?
yeah, celebrity what? Fat Club, Fit Club.
Fat
Okay, I've not
Camp
seen a
or
Yeah,
single movie
whatever
he's
the
been
fuck it
in.
was. Yeah,
I used to
he was
watch
on
that.
that. He was on a bunch
He
of
would
the
fit right
VH1.
in with the Panelverse.
The VH1, the Surreal Life. You remember that show, the Surreal Life
Oh
of
yeah,
Hal
he was on
stuff?
Surreal Life. Yeah, he sure
Yeah,
was.
I feel like he was on the season with Flavor Flav and Bridget Nelson
Yeah,
and that.
boy.
Yeah, those are the ones to
Yeah,
watch
boy,
to get a real sense of it.
Flavor Flav.
I used to watch Flav Flav.
Wait,
Was
wait,
it
is it racist, Vinny? That white guy's copying a black man? Is that
no.
like doing blackface? Is black voice like blackface?
There's no business like show bar.
Like, holy fuck, I'm getting tired of that bullshit. Fucking, oh fuck.
Just do whatever you want and deal with the consequences later. And if you ignore the consequences, they'll
Well,
probably
I don't
ignore
really
you in
give a
turn.
fuck, really. I just find it funny. There's enough
You-
separation in this country enough to now know that there's a whole different separation of a culture now. I'm just like, what the fuck?
It's a culture in a culture of a cultured culture.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
We got
It
a
looks
culture
like he
now.
wasn't on Surreal Life. Maybe it's just that Fat Club show.
Now, you sure he wasn't on Surreal Life? What
Yeah, I just looked
VH1
it up.
shows were he on? Look up VH1 shows Gary Busey was on.
Gary Busey.
He was on The Apprentice one season with
Well,
Donald
yeah, but
Trump.
he was on a couple VH1.
Celebrity Paranormal. I used to watch that too.
What was that about?
It's celebrities, and they'd go into these haunted houses, and they'd have this like paranormal equipment, and they'd like make them think they were seeing ghosts and stuff. Some of them would get real scared.
Sounds
Hey,
like
Ricardo.
Arrowverse.
So, Yeah, I used to watch all those shows, and a lot. So they even did some Celebrity Fear Factors with Joe Rogan. That
Yeah,
was good.
boy. Public Enemy. Dolbez, spiritual D. What's that word? DT Cliff.
Oh, detective. I'm just messing up the spelling, because
I thought it was Norwegian.
no, the Norwegian word that would be
Detective.
detective. That would be detective.
Oh, Mike, salute! I could have had the food and beverage job. They turned me
Are
down.
you always outside?
Dolbez, listen, don't comment. I've been exiled outside. I'm exiled one, man. Yo, I'm exiled one. I talk about nonsense. No, I'm
That's
outside right
okay.
now.
You do whatever you want to. I won't
Dude,
judge.
Wait, you're outside.
Dolbez.
Where are is dark over there?
Yeah, yeah, it's getting dark. Yeah,
Oh my
definitely. Can you
God,
see
that
me?
looks like I'm waiting for like Jason or somebody to come up behind you.
That looks cool. I like the light behind him. Look at that. Look at the light behind
It's a
him.
That's a
knife.
haunted
Yeah,
house.
with a knife coming out.
Whoa!
Look at him.
Holy
Look,
fuck! Mike's outside.
All right.
Holy fuck!
hold on.
Mike,
Look
you
at all
have a
the
life outside of them four walls. Holy
Leggy,
fuck!
Were you burying a body?
Leggy, check this out. Look at all the
I
people
was
in the
starting to
bushes.
think you might have
Look
been
at all
on
the people in
house
the bushes.
arrest.
Look at the people in the bushes. Fuck Mike's throne. Fuck him.
Mike
They're
looks
in the
like one of
Hey,
those.
Mike, it looks like you're jerking a plant off.
Hey man, listen, Leggy, I learned it from you, son. I
Mike
learned it
looks
from
like he's coming live. Mike looks like he's coming live off the Weather Channel, reporting like the.
He
That's it.
does.
Oh right.
That's so
Mike, how's the weather? Mike Hugh, how's the weather over there?
So Leggy, Leggy and
Look,
Vic.
you
So we
can't
have
even say it with a straight face.
84%. We have a storm front coming in. No doubt.
He looks like he's a reporter for the Weather Channel.
Yeah, that's it. I take a lot of hits.
Weatherman Mike. That's his new nickname, Weatherman Mike.
It's funny. The funniest thing ever is that people think that me and Leggy don't like each other. We actually get along. We troll each other. That's all it is. But I love Leggy.
Look. Jeff's the one that thinks we don't like each other.
No, cause y'all no, you used to throw little hissy fits
We-
over,
Of course.
and I had to
we do.
step in. That's
Well,
how I
of course he
remember
does.
because I had to get involved.
Jeff,
Well-
it's all by design.
Hey,
It's all
Mike,
by
any
design.
drones? Any drones flying
I
around?
told
Let
you,
the
I
host
tried
in
to
on
tell
it
you
next
this,
time.
Jeff, but you don't listen to
Yeah.
me.
The
You
last
always think Leggy's lying to you.
I don't.
Or that
I
I'm
do
watching,
no.
or I'm
Leggy, that's
watching
not
weird
true.
conspiracy videos.
so Leggy
Oh my
is
God!
unique.
I didn't mean to give you a
I'll tell you.
complex.
So let me tell you why. Let me tell you why Leggy is unique.
Tell him
Leggy
about me,
will
Mike.
go.
Tell him about me.
Leggy, I'll break it down. Leggy will go to other channels, adversary channels, but he won't chime in. He'll just listen, and he'll give his opinion, but he doesn't take a side. So he's not. He's just listening to what other people are saying. So and that's
Exactly.
what
I
a
respond to the bullshit that comes out of
exactly.
people's mouths.
That sounds
Like,
wise, though.
like you know what I mean? Like if you can give me a good argument or something and
Yeah.
like a reasonable thought process, I'll commend you for that. And I'll be like,
Yeah.
all right, I see the point and this person is doing that. Like I never say shit like for a
I
fact
know.
that person is doing something. And like
I know.
unless I witness it.
You stay neutral and you just listen and you absorb and then you
For the
give your
most part.
opinion. That's
For the
it.
most
That's it. You
part.
give your and Vinny comes in. Vinny is a ball buster and he likes to make fun. And Vinny knows exactly when something's going south, and he'll come in with he'll come in to lighten the room.
What the fuck
He'll
was
come
that? Do you do the voice of Quagmire?
I come in with the,
He'll come in to lighten the room. Because listen, at the end of the day, people take this stuff too serious. And I'm sure all you gentlemen can agree.
Yeah.
It's too serious. Take it.
Looks like there's a
And
drone getting ready to strike you, Mike. Look at the top. I know you can't
Today.
see it, Mike. I don't know if you can, but from my end,
Listen.
on the screen, it looks like there's two green drones.
Vinny.
Oh yeah.
Listen. If I had the money, I would hire Vinny, a class 1 detective. I would hire you to protect me, but I can't afford that. So I got to have Dolbez, a 13-year-old Norwegian kid to watch my back.
My
You gotta
age
get the- you gotta
decreases
get the,
by
second
every
level
single stream.
detective.
Like
You got to say it
in
the way
10
you spelled
streams,
it.
I'm gonna be 4 or something. That's how it's gonna progress. And then I'm gonna just not exist anymore.
Let me tell you
Gumshoe.
something.
He's got gumshoes.
I,
Mike.
I'm, I don't mean to overtalk anybody, but I can tell you this. Jeff hosts a panel where nobody really gets out of line, and it's always fun. It's always a good time, and I appreciate that. So, Jeff, here's your kudos, here's your flowers, whatever you people want to talk
Oh,
about.
he's bringing me
Jeff,
flowers.
Jeff is the most butch lumberjack there is in this community. But no, I appreciate the fact that you have a panel, Jeff, that you don't take a lot of BS and you just say it how it is. And not to cross reference another channel, but like Kane, Catharthus is the same thing. Kane talks good about you, Jeff, never had anything negative to say, but the same thing, just speaks the truth, shoots the shit, and just has a good time, and that's what we're here for. We're here to have fun. And like me and Leggy go back and forth, but dude, I have no hatred towards Leggy whatsoever. I think he's a good dude. It's just that we go back and forth and mess with each other. Leggy, if you think I'm mad about the blue M&M, you're nuts. Like it's hilarious.
Now you sure did seem like you. If you weren't mad, you
Yes.
sure put on a good act and had all
Jeff,
fooled.
Jeff, it was an act. I'm not mad at all. Leggy's a good dude. Like I said, you
So I
fucking
can do
bastard.
that, and you're not gonna get mad at me, Mike.
Yeah,
Not at all.
you could do it. Put it
All right, I'm
on.
gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it for that.
Because I've watched Mike come in and troll a bunch of people too after I asked him not
Well,
to. So
Jeff, you and CT are the only channels I don't troll. I'm my true self. I don't troll you. I might troll panel members, but I don't troll you. But listen, this is not about me. I'm glad that I'm up here. I love having fun. Moose got mad at me because I came up a little bit too strong. Moose is like, dude, can I talk? And he was right.
when? Yesterday?
Yeah, I came up a little bit too strong. I did because I was excited. I was like,
Well,
Joe, you're the
yesterday was a
circus queen.
chaotic panel. There was just a lot of
Yeah.
strong energy on yesterday.
But
Everybody,
I
it was
came,
every man for
yeah.
himself and woman.
But I came,
Where
but I came up just having fun. And no, I appreciate your channel, Jeff. I do. And I think more channels should be like this paradigm where people come up, they talk their piece. If someone gets out of line, Jeff, you remove them. If they get out of line, disrespectful. And I think that's a good way to be. But looking back in retrospect, gentlemen, like a lot of these channels are imploding because they have nothing to talk about. And have you gentlemen noticed that they're pulling up stuff from 2 and 3 years ago?
Yeah.
I'm not saying anybody in
Are they
particular.
that desperate?
I don't even go on a minute. I haven't looked at one of those in months. I couldn't
Mike,
even
it's
tell
like
you
you're
what's
stuck on
happening.
a loop. It's like a loop.
I mean, I do agree with that. I do
I do
agree
know
with
the
that.
videos that they make about me, the hate videos, are using material from like months ago.
Yeah. Jeff, they're posting videos of me from 2.5 years ago. Look at what he said. What a jerk off. Yeah, I was a jerk off, but I was new to YouTube. I didn't know.
Well,
I've
I'm
made
waiting for the clip of me on KT's and with Eric, me referring to Eric Lawless as a porch
That was
A
dweller.
funny, Leggy.
thief,
That
a liar.
no, as a porch dweller, and
Oh,
Leggy, that was fucking funny. I was listening.
well, like he come up there and asking about it, like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like, no,
sure.
mother, of course I did. Like,
And Leggy in respect, I like I said, I was on Bananas. I was on Dave's in the past. I made a conscious decision to not be back on those panels, and I'm not putting anybody down. I go where I feel comfortable. I feel
well, I
comfortable on.
go wherever I want to have the conversation being had
There
at
you
the
go.
moment.
There
Pretty
you go,
much.
Leggy.
Dave
Yeah.
makes a good boiled steak, Mike. You should have stayed for the boiled steak.
The funny thing is that Vinny. The one thing about Vinny, I'm going to break this down. Vinny dumbs himself down. Vinny's an intelligent guy. He can hold a conversation, but he likes humor. He likes to be humorous and likes to, cut the mundaneness of panels, and that's what Vinny's good at. Jumping into like cutting all the nonsense, and then Leggy will come in and he'll have a conversation. But people will fight him because they don't think he's being serious. They think he's trolling, but Leggy actually can hold a
Mike, you
really
do that
good
yeah,
to
but
me,
you never.
though.
Sometimes you can't tell. I can't always tell.
Well,
You're
yeah,
right. You're right.
like with the King Philip thing. You thinking me and King Philip had some inside conspiracy against you? I've only
No,
talked to him
no, I
twice.
didn't.
Yes, you did.
But
Show us later.
Leggy, I did
Now we
not.
refer to YouTube cries and why.
Leggy, it's your own
I think
fault.
I thought
No,
you hopped up on the panel based on what you saw. I didn't think it was coordinated ahead of time at all. I just thought you saw more of the video than you did. And when you hopped
no,
on,
no.
you were given your opinion on something that I thought you saw more of than you actually did. That's all.
Well, Leggy
But
has
I
The
a
didn't
one
leg
think
to
it
thing,
was
stand on.
coordinated with Philip or anything.
Leggy has a leg to stand on that.
you're right. He's like a
And
third
welcome,
leg.
Zat.
Well, you
Zach,
know.
hello. But the one thing about Leggy I've
Mom.
noticed is Leggy has really, really kind of honed his game into what he wants to say and do. So Leggy, salute. I'm just saying that you've really gotten better at
That's
your
an
troll.
achievement. I'm trying to talk him into going to Toastmasters. I think they could help him hone
Yeah.
even further.
No. Look.
Toastmasters, sponsored
just-
by Schmuckers.
I just like doing my thing. Look, I'm not that clever. I got some clever puns here and there.
That's like
but-
you, Mike. What was that old guy, the meteorologist guy, Wilfred something? He would be
Wilfred
like
Brimley.
celebrating the birthdays of like 110-year-old women on fucking morning.
Remember? Remember,
shows.
he was saying,
This
he was
birthday's
saying,
Schmuckers
Oh, no,
month.
Good Morning America.
He'd show these fucking ladies. They look like crushed up old dirty beer cans, man. They were so.
Good
Oh.
Morning America. You know, talking about Good Morning America, you know one of the best Robin Williams
Wilfred-
movies all
uh,
time?
Oh,
Good Morning
shit.
Good
Vietnam.
Morning
Oh, Willard
Vietnam.
Yes,
Willard
sir.
Scott, Mike. That was his name. Willard Scott.
Yeah. That's-
Willard Scott, the old Irish guy. They said that
Yeah.
Willard Scott, who said it? Was it Joe Rogan? Or was one of the guys that said that Willard Scott,
and wake them up.
Willard Scott would be at the bar at 6 a.m. drunk as hell, like at 6 a.m.
So
Because remember, Jeff,
His whole face was red and shit.
yeah, Jeff, New York City, like Vinny knows, New York City has 24-hour bars. They're open 24 hours.
Oh, yeah. Vegas and New Orleans
Yeah.
is like that, too.
yeah.
Vegas, baby.
24-hour
you're
cities.
supposed to
They
show up
spoil you.
at 4 a.m. to the bars in New York anyway. That's when you get there.
Day drinking. Yeah. Man, it's like giving up alcohol. Well, it's like the best thing ever. Like, it's just a poison. It really is. It's terrible.
Mike, so what's got you out and about
enjoyable.
crawling
Come
around
on.
the streets?
Mike, you said
Yeah.
that like an old Jew. That's
Yo, Vinny, I
Boy,
gave up
Vinny.
alcohol, but I still love bagels and lox.
gotta get the bagels.
I love the lox. Let's go to Cat's Deli. Listen, Vinny, how many times you been at Cat's without a bust? Without a bust.
Just maybe once or twice, Mike. Not a whole lot.
Yeah. I love Cat's Deli. I love Jewish food. The bialys, the corned beef, it's great. It really is. The knish.
Oh, good knish is really good. I like a good knish.
What about you ever have a Connecticut joint? Those are good.
I never had that, but I mean, the Jews,
What is
the
that?
Jewish people, they have really good food. They have good food. They do. It's comfort
Bagels?
food.
What do
like,
they have?
Okay,
No, they
so
have-
the Jewish
they have
food,
Connecticut-
Kosher, salt,
the
that
most
nasty
iconic.
fish.
No, the most iconic food, Jeff, would be gefilte fish. Would be
Yeah,
the
that
sounds
the
gross.
soup. Would be corned
Matzo
beef,
ball soup.
pastrami, matzo
Oy
ball.
vey.
Yeah,
Oy
Oy.
vey.
yeah.
Cow tongue.
Cow tongue, yes, cow tongue. Yeah. No shellfish and no pork. It sucks. Pork is. Oh my God, what's
So
better
no
than
lobster,
bacon?
no crawfish.
No shellfish. The fish has to have scales, not a shell. So it
No
has to be
scrimps.
salmon. It has to be no scrimps, no scrimps, no clams,
don't
no
want
crabs. nothing.
Urchis.
A shrimp is the kind of guy that gets no love from me. Hanging out the
That's
passenger
it.
side of the best friend ride. Trying to holler at me.
Yeah, I told you. I think I told you guys. I have my stepfather was Jewish. So we did Passover and all this other stuff. And Hanukkah.
I always liked Passover, but it got passing me over.
That's it. Oh.
That was
But,
terrible joke.
One of the best things ever is lamb. I don't know if you guys ever eat lamb. Lamb is just
I
love lamb.
silenced mine. I silenced
Lamb is
mine.
amazing. The
They
Greeks
eat
have a
lamb.
lot.
The Greek style lamb is good. What do they
Yeah,
call it?
exactly.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is on the spit, and they spin it and they slice it thin. It's
Oh, the
you put on a
heroes.
pita. Yeah, it's tzatziki sauce. Yeah, it's really good.
Mm.
And the
The best
Greeks,
lamb I've had
Greece.
has been in Stockholm, Sweden, and not Greece. And
mm,
I've been a lot to Greece, but the best lamb ever was in Sweden, not Greece.
Swedish lamb.
Mike, do you remember the old Sam Breakstone commercials with the fucking cream cheese or the butter he had?
Yes.
Sam
mm.
Breakstone, he was that grumpy guy. He was
Yeah,
almost
yeah,
like he's got the Dunkin' Donuts make the donuts guy, but he was a
yeah,
Sam
yeah,
Breakstone.
yeah.
Yeah,
He was just being his mean fucking.
Vinny, the problem is that these gentlemen will never know the glory of Stella Dora cakes. They'll never know. They'll never know about Stella Dora.
That's your house? That's for real? Wait, what is it?
Back to the 80s. Well, I love that, Leggy. What is that, man?
I'm jealous. Oh, you. Oh, it's a like piece of fabric.
I
Damn, where
love
did you
it,
get
man.
that?
It's a tapestry.
My kid got it. I don't know.
I'm so jealous.
That is fucking sweet.
That is
man.
that's the most awesome background so far. Wow.
That's it. You do
Back
it.
to
You
the
do it.
80s. I never left.
You
So,
should frame that,
Leggy, what year were you born, Leggy? What year were you born? Your year.
Well, well. Oh, I'm 36, so you do the math.
36, 36, 36. So you'd be what?
79.
79?
82?
I'm sorry,
82?
89.
No, 88.
88, 88.
Wait, you were born in 88?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh my
Is it
God.
Leggy?
I was in
I'm only
college.
36.
Leggy, I was 12 in 88. I was like, holy shit.
Oh my God, y'all are babies. So you're a 90s kid. You're like more of a 90s kid. Back to the 90s.
Well, no, but yes, but yes, I guess, but
So,
You're a
Leggy, you grew
millennial.
up
I'd
like
rather grown up
No,
in
didn't,
I don't know.
didn't Back to the Future come out in 88? Back to the Future?
No,
I think it
85.
was a little earlier than that, but let's
I
see.
think it's
Okay.
85.
Because they had sequels.
the next one is
Ooh.
going to be Ahead to the Past.
85.
That's the only way you can really time travel is to go fast enough to get into the future.
You got to go forward to the past.
Yeah, you can
There's
never
a
go.
new-
You can never go back. You could go forward, but
Can we go sideways? We can go sideways.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
Maybe you could.
well, if you invent a time machine, you can go back to the point where the time machine was invented.
Yeah,
No.
space-time is curved,
Look,
too.
because
if you go
look-
When I
far
travel,
enough
I
out
like
in
to travel
space.
perpendicular. When I travel,
Look, as far
always
as time
Mm.
goes, time is only relevant to the space you're in. So therefore, if you could theoretically get a vessel that could do the speed of fucking
Light.
go at the speed of light or faster, and you went 6 months out, turned and returned to Earth, like it's like 250 to 300 years. They say theoretically
yeah.
would have
Like in
passed
Planet
over.
of the Apes.
Yeah, if you went out for 1 year and sent a message back, it would take 1 year for the message to get back to Earth. So the people on Earth would know that you reached your destination, but to you, they would have been dead
Wow.
for like
a
6,
trip
7
like that, Jeff.
years.
I wonder how much they would have cost in long-term parking at the airport. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it in here for 2-3 years.
You said parking at the airport.
Long-term parking, yeah, 3 years.
I mean, and it does technically work on paper if you do the
What is these
mathematics.
bushes?
On paper,
Are you
it does
smoking
work.
them?
Holy shit.
Like, hold on, let me find the clip. There's like a 3-minute clip that explains it. Hold on, let me see if I
Oh,
can find it.
no.
Well, here's another one that'll blow your mind. 2 ships are traveling at light speed right next to each other. One of the ships sends a question to the other ship, but they receive the answer before they send the question. Let's say the question was, what's 4 plus 3? Well, they get this message that says 7, and they don't know what it fucking means until they send the question that means, what is 4 plus 3?
How does that work?
Because they're both traveling at light speed. The way it works is that it's weird. I can't even explain it.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't work. The universe just breaks.
Is that where I gotta get my flux
That's the
capacitor?
limit. It's everything
That's
just
where the
breaks.
flux capacitor comes in, Zach, right? The flux capacitor.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You need that.
Vinny, do you see the flux capacitor? Holy
Yeah.
So do you think without gravity, time stands still without gravity?
There
Do you
is
think
no time.
gravity is the dictation of time?
The thing
It
is, there
has
is
a
no
lot
time.
to do with it.
Depends on what you mean by time, because humans experience time differently than
I don't.
Right.
I
cosmic
don't.
So
time
do you
that the
think
Time is a
physicists
so?
man's
use.
construct.
So do you think time is equal to like progression of age, or you think it's actually like what I'm trying to say? I'm not the best dictation in this, but I think that time is relative. I think that
It is.
traveling at such speeds ages you tenfold at the
No,
speeds that you're traveling. Like if you go
no,
hypersonic,
Yeah,
do you
especially
become
warp
7 years older at
no. The
1 year?
faster you go, the
At
younger
1 year.
you stay. The faster you
Yeah.
go, the younger you stay.
Well, from
So
your
you're
perspective, you experience time normally,
So
but
if you
it's
want a good
compared to
facelift, just
others.
hit warp
Again, it's all
speed.
relative.
Spock.
Spock, I
So
need
I
to
mean,
get my these wrinkles out of my fucking chin. Let's go warp speed.
Vinny,
I got a date. Make it fast.
I don't think you
Vinny,
can reverse time though.
there's something on the wing. On
I
the
want to
wing.
boldly go where
Yeah.
no man has gone before, Michael.
You know, I think time is relative. I believe that we are living in an existence that's timeless. Time is like, I can't explain it. It's like we manipulate time. But like when you travel at such speeds, does time speed up? Is gravity, like I said, I'm sorry to repeat myself.
I'm
Does
going to try it on the
gravity,
interstate next time I'm on the
does
interstate. I'll go as
gravity
fast as I can to
dictate
see how it goes.
time?
The faster
And
you
if,
go and the farther away you are from gravity, the younger you will be because you're not aging at the same rate. You're moving
Well,
faster.
you could think of it
now,
like the more dense in space an area is, the less
now,
dense it is in time, and the more dense
yes,
time-wise it is, the less dense it is in space. Like they are
right.
kind of the same thing, just low and high density of two different, not
Mm.
even units, like just two definitions, two somethings.
Well, we don't know what time is. We don't.
Yeah.
So,
Nobody.
yeah, so Dolbez, let me ask Zach this. Dolbez, let me ask Zach this. So you think the absence of gravity, we don't age as well? In other words, the absence of gravity. So do you believe that gravity is what ages us? Gravity holds us down, and it
Gravity.
slows our no. Listen, it slows our progression. There's a theory. Theory only, that gravity is what ages us, and when there is anti-gravity, we don't age. Do you
Well,
gentlemen believe that?
there's actually a chemical in the body that's responsible for aging that they can't figure out how to get rid of. But when it comes to this, time is relative to gravitational sources. I mean, time passes faster on the surface of the Earth than it does up in the atmosphere or in the space region. So, I mean, for that to be the case, then it means the farther you get away from a source of gravity, the more freedom from time you have, it seems.
Mm. No, you're right. And it's great to talk about these things. It's just that I believe there's a theory, gentlemen, there's a theory that gravity is what ages you. Gravity is what ages you, holding you
Where
down.
did this theory? Is this Alex Jones theory?
No, it's
No,
a
no, 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 no,
theory
no,
of,
no. They proved this with pilots. All right, so fighter pilot, the way they age, like if because they've done this studies with twins, right? So I believe fighter pilots are actually because they're moving through life faster. So like biologically, what did they
Mhm.
do? There was
They
some
were
experiment
like
they did,
a
and
force
biologically
they
there was
were
a
younger.
3 minute difference between the twins. And one was a fighter pilot, one was not.
Yeah.
Like this
I
is
will.
you
It
talk
says
about
gravity makes
science.
us age slower because
yes, no,
Yeah, that's what
faster.
I'm saying.
the closer you are to a gravitational field,
Mhm.
the
Mhm.
more you age, and we're
The slower
Yes.
time is, though, right?
far enough away to age more
Yeah.
Yeah,
slowly.
The
yeah,
slower you
time
are to the
slows down.
gravitational field, the denser masses, thus the less dense spaces. No, a time, I mean, and that means, from your point, there's less time in that area compared to other spaces. Like,
Well, think about this,
Why is
gentlemen.
this
Think
so
about this.
hard to conceptualize? Because it's so like
because,
counterintuitive to how we experience time.
yeah,
Well,
Well,
I
Well,
agree.
time may not
time is
even be linear.
relative. to
Time
you.
may not, we experience time linearly. It may not
Yeah.
be linear. It may
I
all be
know,
happening
but like
all
even
at
if
once.
it's not linear, it seems like the only way we have to experience is linear.
Yeah, because
Well,
we have no other senses to perceive it. But you
But
know,
there is forces that act on it that does
mhm.
influence time, though. Like, because when you get to a black hole, they say when you get closer to a black hole, time almost stops. Everything
Stand
no,
becomes
still.
a slow
Stand
motion.
still,
that's
Reggie.
not
Yeah.
true. They say that it speeds up. If you would watch the
No,
unfolding of
no,
the
they say the
universe,
closer you are, the slower, the more it slows down to a
Well, let me
black
look
hole.
that up.
It's all relative. I mean, if
what I
you are
heard was that you would sit
like oh,
there on the
everything
edge
else
of the
speeds
event
up.
horizon and you would see the universe unfolding at a ridiculous rate in front of you.
Yes, but
Because
you yourself are not speeding up in time.
no,
This
you're
says
just
time slows down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. Dude, I watch this shit, well, not 24/7, but quite often. Like,
Mhm.
every time, like, I was watching the World Science premiere or listening to it at TIE today. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Mhm.
and they were talking about cosmos and shit.
Yeah.
But time,
I
like,
think
what? Go ahead,
I,
sorry.
I think the argument is so important to for us to figure out exactly what's going on. But you're right, Leggy and Zach. You know, you have different opinions on maybe possible it can happen. But I think that the absence of gravity. I think gravity is what's controlling our aging. That's
It
just my
does.
opinion. My opinion only. But I think the absence of gravity, like in other words, in outer space, I, people will say theory. All right, this is a theory. This is a theory. An alien is thousands of years old. Why is that? How can they live that long? It's the absence of gravity. Gravity is what ages you. That's a theory. It's not proven. It's
There's
just
no
a
theory involving
theory.
aliens. That's not a
But,
scientific
but Mike, from
What
which
I'm
fact.
perspective are you talking about age? From the perspective of us
is
observing alien,
age
or from
of
the alien?
age. I'm talking about with gravity. Gravity makes you age quicker. That's a theory. Without gravity, outer space, you're not aging as
Okay.
quick.
Well,
You
no,
live
that's not
10
true, though,
times
because
longer.
fighter pilots are at a higher G force, which is a gravitational
Yes.
pull on you. So,
Yes.
I mean, so really, that's not necessarily true, but it is true at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. I
You're
okay,
think in
probably
a
talking about
weightless.
gravity at a cosmic scale. On Earth, it wouldn't even be significant enough for us to
Yeah.
notice.
And these are great things to talk about because I think there's a lot to learn about the universe. The universe. There's a lot to learn.
I
There
mean, what
sure
is it?
is.
What's the,
there's
is it
everything to learn.
14.7 pounds is the natural gravitational pull, right? Of Earth, or
Hmm.
14 point
I do
something?
know it's slightly different the further you are from the equator.
Hmm. Yeah. And what is the equator? Is it a magnetic circumference? It's magnetic, right?
Well,
No,
no, I mean,
They
it's
have
the
magnetic
center.
fields, but I think they're at the poles.
So do you believe that magnetics controls us? There's a no, I'm asking
God,
Jeff.
if only it were
There-
that easy.
There's a force. There's a force that controls what we do and how we move in the universe. There's a
Well, I
magnetic
mean,
force.
it
No,
would
there's
make you
not.
wonder because they say, like, birds and shit, if that magnetic field gets fucked up, birds and some animals, they do get all fucked up. So that does pose a good question as far as what would it do to a human if there was a reverse of the poles? Like, you
Well,
know
Well,
what I
the
mean?
No,
interest
Jeff,
in talking
Jeff,
about it.
Jeff, listen, Jeff, don't knock it before you listen to it. But the polarizing of the poles, Leggy's right. The polarizing of the poles, the animals go crazy. The birds flock. You know, rodents run around. Rats will
well,
jump off of ships, off of
right.
cliffs. Like
And Mike,
Well,
the,
that
the,
has
the
to do
po-
with the
we're
moon and
all
shit,
admitting
too.
we all emit a frequency,
yeah,
numerous
and
frequencies.
energy.
That frequency is a vibration, which the
Hmm.
vibration then turns to visuals. Um, like in layman's term, that's the best way I could describe it. But two of the liking of the same kind of frequency. So let's just say I like pumpkin pie. You
Hmm.
guys like pumpkin pie. Eventually, it's like that frequency we share. And then people, all the pumpkin pie lovers in the world, they would call that the collective consciousness of the pumpkin pie of everybody who likes
So are
pumpkin.
you saying it's like when you get a bunch of females together that live together, they eventually their cycles click together? Is that
No,
the same concept?
no,
Oh well. I
no,
mean,
no.
Some animals use it to orient by and
That's something
navigate.
different, Leggy. I don't know what that is, but I understand what you're saying with that. But that's not it. What I'm saying is things that are of liking one another will attract. Law of attraction.
well, yeah.
Mhm.
It's just that
So
it's
bad.
just that simple. If you're miserable, you're gonna find misery. If you're
Yeah.
happy, you're gonna find
Is
more
that the
happy.
vibes, the energy,
Pretty
collective
much.
pumpkin pie? I missed the pumpkin pie part. How did that play into it?
The pumpkin pie collective
Yeah.
consciousness.
I don't like I don't like
Donuts.
I mean I like it, but I don't love it. Love it.
It's just that was a terrible example, I guess.
Oh,
That was a
Yeah,
funny one, though.
Donuts.
what about what would better
Well,
example be? Pudding pop, Jello pudding pops. Everybody loves those.
You take the pudding and you put it on the spoon and then you put it in your
And
mouth
Vinny, Vinny, you
with the quaalude.
feel flour.
Mike, every time I'm in the kitchen, you in the kitchen.
How
Oh
many
my
times do you
God.
think Bill Crosby was
Eating
like?
all
No.
chitlins,
How
all
many
ham
times when
hocks,
he do you think
and
Bill
pig's feet.
Crosby was like,
Mike, I
"Here,
like
dear,
pig's
have
feet.
this
Mike, she
quaalude
told the
laced
pig's
pudding"?
feet.
Oh, stop.
That's a
And
great movie.
Mike, you still haven't answered. What are you doing, lurking and creeping out and about at dark? Don't you have a fucking
Yeah,
ankle
why are you in
monitor
the
on or
bushes at
something?
He's
night?
corresponding for the Weather Channel. I'm telling you.
I'm Dracula. I'm Sicilian Dracula. I
Are you
bite
stalking somebody, Mike?
only garlic flavored blood. Then
Yeah,
You
I'll
don't
take
have
it.
no
there's
zip
no
ties
such
with you,
thing
do
as
you, Mike?
Sicilian Dracula because of all the fucking garlic. They wouldn't stand for it.
Mike's blood is
Well, you would
ragu.
Maybe he's
know, Zach.
immune.
You would know, Zach. You are Dracula himself. You are Dracula. I know it. I praised you. I
I've
bow
been
to
told,
Zach.
On
Zach
Mike-
is
I've been
Dracula.
told many
On
things.
Mike's
but
I
not
saw
to
him out in daylight once. He was driving around streaming.
On Mike's cape, he's sponsored by Chef Boyardee.
If Zach bites your neck, you become a chain smoker, just like Zach.
Or a meatball.
A meeple.
You
Oh.
are nicotine Dracula from here on
Vinny,
out.
are you trying to
I
say
get
you
too
want
much
Mike's
blood.
meatballs? Is that what you're
I
saying,
get
Vinny?
my blood. Listen, my blood,
Are you going to add a dash of basil to him?
my blood is infused with the blood of the Noldor elves that came from the Blessed Realm.
What?
Is that the dark
More power,
elves?
more
No,
power to you.
light elves. I don't get sick like that. I don't. Booze and drugs don't affect me like they affect
It does.
other-
He's done like what 1,000 milligrams
No,
of gummies.
100 gummies,
Well,
500.
I remember the time. It was like, Zach, was it like 97? We smoked like 6 pounds of crack and you weren't high. You remember that?
Right, I do.
Mike, you admitted to smoking crack, Mike. What's wrong with you? Why
Yeah,
would you
Smoking
do
never.
that? You know now
no, dude.
everybody's going to clip that Mike and say, Mike
That's
just
fine.
admitted that
That's
he's a
fine.
crackhead.
No.
They can't even
Listen,
see
listen.
him.
Yeah,
That's
There's
yeah,
going to be
that's
more
all right. That's all
conspiracy
right.
I'm
Shield your
just
faith.
saying, you
Shield
all know
evidence.
how
these
YouTube
lights.
works. You
That's
all
fine.
know
That's
how.
fine. Combat. No, it's okay. Combat Swamp Rat.
I like
And
the
the
light.
Canadians
The lights are
can
cool.
clip that and they can play whatever they want. But yeah, it's all
The
good.
Canadian contingency.
Who's the
Yeah.
Canadian?
Shout
The
out to
Canadians?
Kane. Shout out
You
to
know who
Kane's
the Canadians
Catharsis.
are that we're
Yeah,
referring
shout out
to.
to
I don't. There's
shout
so
out to
many people from Canada. I can't
No,
keep
no,
up
no,
with
yeah.
no.
them all.
You know the Canadian
What's
collective
their
we're
first
talking.
in it? Type it in the bag.
Are they girls?
Skank. But yeah, shout out to Kane's Catharsis. Fighting the good fight. I love Kane. Kane is fighting the good fight, man. I love it.
That
Fucking love it.
motherfucker blocked me for no reason.
What?
Well,
What?
No,
normally
no,
Zach,
no.
you
All
have
right,
like a
Zach,
7 foot long
Zach.
filter.
Okay. I'll explain this. He blocked you because you up there trying to explain that joke that everybody
Yeah,
got pissed off about.
and then
And
I
then
stopped.
he told you, all right, we get it, don't bring it up. And you still continue to try to say
That's
it.
censorship.
And
But
then,
then after that,
but
I
Mike,
stopped.
wait a second. Yeah, Jeff. That's like calling the fucking the kettle calling the pot black right there. You saying censorship. You censor some things people say too. And that
What
you
do I
don't want brought to
censor?
your channel.
Only the
So if you're
YouTube stuff. Not. I wouldn't censor a joke.
No,
well,
it's like,
you would, I think,
Like
if it
there's
had to
certain
do with a
things that I have
Quasimodo
to
joke.
be mindful of
I
to
only
keep my
censor
channel, but
bad
I
stuff.
think
that's
the
the
content
only
of the
reason.
joke you probably wouldn't have liked it. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
saying.
listen
I'm
to
just saying.
this. Listen to this, Leggy. Fucking
Big
Tonic
bonfire?
ripped him a new
Yeah.
asshole, and he still lets Tonic come up and talk to him and shit, right? Tonic fucking blasted him into the netherworld with
Oh,
his insults.
I
I didn't
oh,
remember
I
do
get
that
any of
that.
that.
actually.
I
I
get
didn't do
that,
any of that shit.
he asked you not to. He dropped you
And I
down.
stopped.
You no, he dropped you down. You come back up. You started to try to explain it again, and
Yeah,
then
and
he
then
said, "That's
and
it,
then
dude. You're fucking done." And
and
then he
then I
blocked you.
stopped, and he left me on his panel for a long time, and then all of a sudden he fucking blocks me out of the blue. It's like, what the fuck?
No, I thought you brought it back up again, tried to explain it
No,
again.
no. Only that one fucking time where I brought it up 10 seconds later. But that was not the reason why he blocked me, I guess, because he had me up on his panel for like fucking 20 minutes after that.
Mike, you still haven't answered the question. What the fuck are you doing outside?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Well,
Like
like,
sands through the hourglass, so are
I'm
the
just
lives
you
chilling. I'm
know
just
how
chilling
it's
and
gonna
outside.
go
moments
now on
Right.
are
YouTube.
life.
Somebody's gonna be like, Mike smoking crack. He's living on the street in Virginia Beach.
No, because he was inside yesterday
Well,
afterwards.
that was
Yeah.
yesterday. They're gonna be like, well, that was
He's
yesterday.
drone watching, like
Well,
he's out there.
Do
Let me
you
tell you
not know
something.
how
Living on the
he's
YouTube
living
boardwalk.
in
works?
his backyard.
Look,
Well,
I
it's
can
all
take
good.
this
It's all
whole
good.
narrative.
It's all good. It's all good. Listen, I'm gonna break it down for Leggy and not Vinny because Vinny's always chill. But Leggy, I don't give
Oh,
a
now
fuck
you're
what
gonna
they
get
say.
mad at me. I'm just
No,
telling
no,
you
no.
how people.
Listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I don't give a fuck what they say. They have no content. They want to make up shit that's not true.
That's all
They
they
want to
make
make
it.
up
I was about to
content.
say they make it up
They
anyway.
make it up. Listen, I love Jeff. I always come up on Jeff's panel. People hate the fact I'm called gay. I'm a homosexual because I like Jeff. Jeff's my friend. I have zero on Jeff's gaydar. Okay. I like Jeff. Jeff has a great panel. I support Jeff. I'll always support Jeff. People have tried to get me to talk shit about Jeff multiple times. I won't do it. Fuck them. You know, Jeff, keep fighting the good fight. Leggy, I'm not shitting on you or getting mad at you. It's just that people try to pull you into their negativity, and you don't get pulled into it. You say your piece, and that's it.
Well, I know
And I
this. Why are we
respect.
saying this again? You
But
just said this.
Leggy, I respect you for that. Whether
Well,
we go
good.
back and forth
Remember
or
this,
not,
Jeff. Jeff, you hearing this?
Uh huh.
He has admitted to everything I've been telling you the whole time. See that it's just the way me and Mike is. Don't take it to heart. Mike's
No, I
just
got it
fucking with
today.
you.
Believe me. But even before that, though, when I watched him troll other people, I was already done. I was
I
already
blame it
on
on
it.
the gravity.
but anyway, but like I said, I like Leggy. Like I said, but we troll back and forth for content. But I don't
But
have any
Mike,
ill
I
will.
mean, you
Yeah,
do say some pretty questionable statements that
of
might
course,
make
it's
you
the
wonder if you are a little
He's
hey
not.
it's
guys.
Y'all have bad gaydar.
I'm just saying.
yeah, you
Look,
do.
my
You really
brother-in-law
do.
is gay, and like
Doppelganger.
there's a few times his gay has gone off, and I'm like looking at him like, bro, that guy
Yeah,
has like
I'll
5
tell you this.
kids, a
Yeah,
good-looking wife. I don't think he
yeah,
is. Maybe
Well,
he does.
tomorrow we're talking about what a real man is. So y'all
yeah.
come and give your
Well,
Well,
opinions.
the thing
We
is
can
this.
figure out who's
It
gay and not.
takes
well,
it takes a very secure man to be friends with a gay man and not be offended and not feel weird. I've always been this way. I've always had friends that were different orientations, and I've never felt strange because they know that I'm not about that. But
Most
I
people don't
also
even
don't.
care. Even back in the day,
What I'm
most
trying to
people
say,
didn't
Jeff,
care.
not to cut you off, Jeff, but I don't discern somebody for being different than me. Hey, fuck it. Maybe I might learn something from you. You
look,
know
some
about accept.
I'm jealous of
Yeah,
some gay guys. They get to fucking be with all the women when they get naked and shit. Like,
yeah. I mean, look at Jeff. Look at Jeff with his fucking butch
well,
lumberjack shirts. I mean, he's cutting down trees, and you know he's he's cutting down trees and slaying
Sassy gay
dudes.
lumberjack.
Don't
He's
the
doing
whole
although
his
Bunyan,
thing.
whole Bunyan affair.
I still
If
feel
it,
though like uh there is certain people that are gay that creep
mm,
me out more than other people. I'm just saying.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
No,
I
you're
can't
not.
say
You're right. You're right.
trans
If y'all are
bullshit.
catching
They
my
have a
drift.
beard. They have a fucking beard and tits, and they're like it's get the fuck out of here with that.
Those are the
Beard
queers and the trans, the TQ part of
Well,
the
I was
spectrum.
talking about this earlier. You know, like what happened to like I've had a few exes that's dragged me to a fucking drag show and shit, you know? And them are
Mhm.
fucking good times. You laugh, you fun, you have, especially if you get a couple beers on you, you could have a good time laughing at the shit that happens, you know? And then, and then you got the fucking trainees that's come in and fucking ruined it for them. Like, you know, like that was an art
Mhm.
form. Like, really an art form. Some of these people took that shit serious. They put a lot into their outfit, their performance, like all that shit, and then they go back to their normal fucking everyday life. Like there was one guy I talked to one time, big tall dude, fucking his whole shtick was he was a giant sized version of Mimi from fucking the Drew Carey show, right? The way he
Oh,
did his makeup, the hair, like that was pretty much him, right? He was a school bus driver. He goes, I keep my private life private. What I do on
Mhm.
the side. He goes, because I'm a school bus driver. He goes, if they found
Mhm.
out, he goes, I'd be shunned. That was then. You know what I mean? And now you
Yeah.
think about it, it's like, fuck.
well,
Yeah,
now
you're
he
right.
can read him a story on the bus.
It's funny because Jeff has touched on this, and then Kane has touched on this. Now Kane is not gay, but Jeff is, of course, openly gay, and I have no problem with. Jeff is a friend, you know, and I have no problem with his lifestyle choices. I mean, who am I to judge? I'm not anyone
You
to
keep
judge
talking
anybody's.
about, you
I,
keep
it's not like he
singling
didn't do
out Jeff.
anything.
You keep
But
singling out Jeff.
I appreciate his energy and his acceptance. But there are other people that are of that orientation that hate on Jeff. Aren't all gay people supposed to be family? I mean,
No,
it's
no.
the hypocrisy.
What?
No,
I never felt. I always
no.
felt like
That's
an
like saying
outsider
that
in the
all
gay community.
Italians
The
supposed to be
first time I
family.
set foot in the gay bar, I felt like an alien. I didn't relate to any of
Yeah,
those people.
yeah.
You
You
That's,
just
probably stuck out.
that's like saying, aren't all Sicilians family? I mean, look at the fucking murders that they do on each
Oh
other.
Oh,
yeah,
forget
way to
about it,
right.
do, Bob. Steal my fucking joke. I see how it is.
Zach. That's why we have big Cadillac trunks. You know.
Well, it's a great case study. Like Jeff, you have to admit it's a good case study to where people talk about, okay, I'm of this gender or this orientation, so we should all be family, but they hate on each other. They're in a
That's identity
minority.
groups. Like
Yeah.
all gay people don't get along. All black people don't get along. All autistic people definitely don't get along. I fight
Mhm.
more with the Spurgs than I do with the normal people. But we
Well,
still share some common
mhm.
feature that it's to our benefit to politically align over and
Yes.
defend each other. But outside of that, that doesn't mean we all relate to each other or get along.
Well, Jeff, you have to admit it's a hell of a learning curve. I mean, it's a learning curve for people that are watching from the outside.
Okay,
You
Which
know.
I'm trying to
let me
learn.
tell you a story about two gay guys that I knew. They were dating, and they got in a fight. And one of them scratched the other one's 300 CDs and smashed his car window.
Mm.
So tell me that they get along.
No, they don't. I mean, gay men could be very catty. They could be worse than any psycho female in the world. They get very emotional. I mean, Jeff. I mean, some gay people get super emotional. You know, and it can happen. You know, it can
Yeah.
happen.
So can
You know,
Gay or not,
women.
but
I
you know,
guess
just
men
take the
too.
word gay
Yeah,
out of
the
it.
last
That's
job I
what we're
got fired
for.
from was a gay coworker that filed a
yeah,
complaint on me. He was a friend that I helped him get the job. I'm the one that talked them into hiring him in the first place, and then he
Feel the
turned
yeah.
around and
rainbow.
filed a complaint on me.
Feel the rainbow.
People
Taste the rainbow.
Well, Vinny, is that the Skittles commercial? Taste the
Yeah.
rainbow. It tastes salty.
Feel it. Taste it.
Oh no.
Depends on what they had for dinner, actually.
Jeff, stop it. Stop it. I don't want to hear the asparagus reference. Just
Oh,
shut
I
up.
wasn't even
Okay?
gonna see. You know more than I. You-
Mike, you know you want to taste Jeff's asparagus. Don't
All
lie.
right,
I
got it. I don't.
Hey
I don't
now.
censor,
honestly,
but
Hey now.
all jokes aside, honestly, I would turn Jeff down. I like Jeff as a person. He has very butch lumberjack shirts, but I have zero on the gay dog. Like
yeah, you
So
do.
so what if it was a nice little twink boy? Would you go with a twink or a lady boy?
I would. So if it was a nice twink or a ladyboy, I would hook him up with Zach. I would.
What?
What's the word you're using? What's the word? Twink? A twink?
A twink. That's
A
a
twink.
young gay,
It's
like
a
a young
very, it's
little
a very
chicken hawks. They
feminine.
used to call them too.
Yes, a twink is a very feminine, shaven, young gay person. That's
It's
Young
twink.
it's a
lad.
bitch boy. It's a
Very,
it's a
very.
man that can't grow
Here, I'll
facial
show
hair.
y'all a twink.
What my brother-in-law? How'd my brother-in-law explain it to me? Because
Very
he said I
feminine, very
like a
These are
twink, and I.
feminine.
twinks.
Well, why are you
Short
showing
for
that? I don't want to
Twinkie.
see that
Yeah.
shit, Jeff. What the
Oh
fuck?
shit, Jeff! Holy shit! What's his number?
Who the fuck did
Anyway,
that?
Most of them look like AI. You couldn't even tell. They look like they're in real life too.
1-800 call Zach.
yeah. You send them to me, they'll learn fucking archery and how to become men, how to
1-800
survive in the
twink.
cold.
Well,
They'll
good,
learn
Zed.
how
I
to
hope you. I
castrate
hope you're
pigs.
around tomorrow for our conversation of what a man is.
I'll be there.
Well, I mean, all you gotta do is open up the dictionary and point to
No, what
fucking
is a
Mike.
real man?
Mike?
Because men patrol other men to see
Oh,
who's
wait,
like
wait, wait a
man
second.
enough or not.
No,
But
no.
what
Sir
what
William
standards or
Regal.
qualities are they going off of when they do
Sir
that?
William Regal. He was a
All
real
I know
man's
is
man.
I drive around all winter with the windows open, just wearing this sweatshirt that I have on. And my friends get upset. They're like, close the fucking windows, turn the heat on. And I'm like, I'm like, what? What's the problem?
Well, I don't know if you know who Devo Weed Chronicles is or not, but
I've seen them, yeah.
he just posted a video of him outside in a snowstorm walking his dogs with no shirt on. So,
Mm.
For
Jeff,
and I'm pretty
Twix?
Jeff,
sure he was in shorts and flip flops too.
Jeff, with your like podcast, how many straight men have you turned flaming? Just real quick, Jeff.
Turn. I'm sure they came to me that way. I mean, I
You
don't think
know,
I
I
did
think.
anything
Hey,
special here.
hey, doesn't Dolbez? Don't he? Wouldn't he fit looks wise? Wouldn't he fit into the
He
twink
could be,
category?
yeah, he could be considered an older twink actually, because they're pretty. But if he went to a gay bar, he would probably be perceived as a
Oh,
twink.
I mean, could twinks be Swedish? Is that possible? Because they have
Oh
no
yeah,
But the
photos.
Spartans, look, the Spartans, look.
Isn't
It's
that the
no
main
secret.
stereotype? Like,
The
haven't you? That's like
Spartans
the main stereotype. The Swedes
used
are
to have sex with each
either
other.
Viking
It was
berserkers or something.
encouraged. Just throwing that out there.
But
In
Dolbez,
his,
Yeah.
and it
Dolbez
is in
aren't.
history. You can look it up.
Yeah, but Dolbez aren't twinks normally like maybe like brown skin. You know, they have a little bit of muscle tone. Like, you know, I mean, I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend. I mean, you
What are
know.
you talking about?
Why do you want to? You
I'm
want
not
a
an
twink,
expert.
Mike?
Ask Jeff.
I
No,
mean,
I'm
you can
not
go
an
get a
expert.
Twinkie at the
I don't know.
store.
You're the only twink in my life. I don't
Jeff,
know
do you have
twinks.
a
I don't
Look
hang
at
degree?
around.
that,
Even when I
Dolbez.
was gay, I didn't hang around
To all
twinks.
the twinks I've loved before.
It's not
Vinny, I didn't know
unusual.
you would like
my
that,
back
Vinny.
door.
I have nothing in common
Vinny,
with twinks.
it's not unusual to
I
be
think
banged
Jeff and
by a
Eric
twink.
Lawless
Not
would fucking be a
unusual
good
to be
couple.
twinked by anyone, but
I'm waiting on my $5.
Dolbez,
He needs to
Dolbez,
pay
when
that
you fart,
first.
Dolbez, when you fart, does it sound like this?
Are you saying that his asshole's gaped open? Is that what you're saying?
God, okay.
Oh,
Oh no!
when Dolbez farts, it sounds like this.
I thought it was more like.
This is twink harassment.
Don't call me that, Jeff. That's more annoying.
then them.
Coming
Wow.
from you,
Okay.
Jeff.
Then
Coming from
have
you,
at it,
that's more
guys.
annoying. From
No,
us,
that's
it's
even
okay.
worse. I think it was justified in not setting the camera for the stream.
This is great. This is great.
Oh, come
I think
on now. Don't
I get
be
that
like
concept
that.
all the time in my head.
Oh gosh, this is great. This is awesome. No, listen,
Oh
I
my
love you guys,
God.
man.
Great Scott!
Great Scott, this is the best
Scott's
forum
roast.
ever. Everybody could talk
Look,
freely. I love it.
we gotta do that one night. Have a fucking movie
Bro.
trivia night.
A
Yeah,
what
man. Right
trivia?
on.
Yeah. Can you find something like that with us up on panel now, you think? Like
What
even if you
kind of
guys
Yeah.
trivia?
like movie trivia.
Oh, I'll
I'm sure I
suck
could.
at
Let's see.
that.
Yeah.
Let's see what you can do. Let's try to have some fun here before you end the stream. I don't know how much longer. I feel
Oh,
like as long as this is
I
going
go as
straight.
long as the people.
Hey,
Well,
fuck,
I'll
my
be-
Stick
wife's
around.
at
I'll
bingo.
tell you
So.
what, man. I love trivia. I will do that any day of the week.
Dude,
I'll be
that
back, Liz.
word
I'll be
shit
back.
makes me fucking use my brain, so I like it.
Jeff, I'll be
I
back.
know. I
Okay.
know a lot of. I
Um,
know a lot of useless shit. You know.
Trivia creator. Let's see what this is.
It's really fun to know. Usually,
I'm finding
It's
specific,
exciting.
like Harry Potter trivia, Marvel
Well, I
trivia,
guess it don't matter. Like, if
Just
there's
like
rant
online Trivial
animated movie,
Pursuit
guess the
or
movie from a terrible description. Hey, how about we try that one?
yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
All right. Play.
All right. Let's go. Kick it.
You're
Drop
not
that
sharing
beat,
a screen, Jeff.
DJ.
Jeff, you're not sharing anything. We don't see
Okay, wait,
anything.
hang on. I'm not there yet.
Okay. I'm
He's
sorry.
making. He's
I don't even know this
verifying.
movie.
I'll give Jeff some background
Here we
music.
go. After being beaten up by a bear, Bane is hunted down by an angry Jack.
The Revenant.
Oh, I've never seen it. Is you pretty sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Cops get disrespect. Oh, I know this one.
I know
And
that's
sent to
the
work at a
British one.
village with a
Hot Fuzz,
cult.
isn't it?
Bad Boys.
No, Hot
That's
Fuzz,
Hot
isn't
Fuzz.
it?
I have no. Oh yeah, Hot Fuzz. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is Hot
Hot
Fuzz.
Fuzz sounds like a porno.
I hate
It's
that it's
really fun
multiple
movie.
choice. You know what? I could maybe leave off the multiples. Submit your
Well, how are
answer.
we gonna guess without the fuck?
When
I mean,
it's a
You just know it. Like, old guy doesn't want to get his hands dirty, so he manipulates a troubled soldier.
no idea.
What's
It
the
shows the
option?
options.
Y'all supposed to think you know him.
No.
It's got to be
What is that?
R.I.P.D.
Yeah, what is
I haven't
that?
seen any of these except for Revenge of the Sith. I don't even know
It's
if I
got to
saw
be
that.
R.I.P.D.
No, yeah.
Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, I forgot. It's time. So it you only have a certain amount of time. Let me put it on pause.
Why is there a German flag?
Oh, wait, it doesn't.
The question about
Germany think they have found a way to win the war. Little did they know that a teacher would be in the way.
Duh.
I don't know.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, he was an archaeology professor.
Right. That's right.
Well, it can't be any of the others.
Confetti. Angry cowboy craves a sugary cake. The entire movie. Is it Toy
Oh,
Story?
this is where he's looking for the Twinkies. Zombieland.
Brokeback Mountain.
Zombieland.
Zombieland?
Yeah,
I
oh,
never saw
yeah,
it.
yeah.
I thought it was Brokeback Mountain.
Confetti everywhere. Being in a care home is not for this guy. He's just obsessed with a cliff.
Iron Man 3. I don't know.
No.
Batman
Up?
Forever.
Batman Forever.
No, I don't know.
No,
Up.
wait, look
Oh.
at that. Let me look at the text.
Force it 3
Oh, that
seconds.
maybe that could be the Star Wars one.
Up. It could be up.
Okay.
Well, how-
It
how
didn't
do
give
we
me
know
the
the
answer. I
right
assume it's up. Criminals forced to do as the government orders them to do.
Suicide Squad.
Yeah. Not a good movie.
Skincare, killing and bullying homeless people on the street. Sounds like someone has issues. Is it the Joker?
No, it's
American
my life
Psycho?
story. My
American
life-
Psycho.
It has to be American Psycho, just because of the skincare.
And the bullying people, the homeless
No,
people.
skincare
Yeah.
tells you
I
everything.
hated that movie. 5 out of 8.
I
All right,
So
let's
which
do some
ones
more.
did we not get right? Oh, Revenge of the Sith? Wow.
That dude's face is funny, man.
Up was the correct answer. I just didn't hit it in time. Yeah, we pretty much got all of those.
So we got 6 out of 8.
Yeah, technically. Let's see. Rapid fire. Classic movie trivia. Rapid fire. This will go fast.
Let's do it.
All right.
do it. Let's do it
Why is it giving me the...
You only exist out here because of me.
Oh, hey, freak.
Every fucking wise guy around would take a piece
God,
of
it's hard to summarize. Basically, myth engages the imagination, not the intellect. If I had to sum it up in a sentence or two, and it requires the language of the imagination, which is poetry, imagery, and that's the important part of the Bible. If you look at the Bible itself, the Bible is not trying to present fact or history because it doesn't present it in the way that a historian or a biographer would. It
How did
presents
we
it
get on the
with an
Bible?
emphasis on the mythic elements. Because Freak just sent me a super chat to explain my.
I thought we
stream
were
today.
talking about fucking movies.
We are. I gotta make some money.
God,
Alright.
you already made your
All
money.
right,
You
the
can just spend it.
protagonist in The Matrix. What was his face? I hate this movie.
Neo.
Silence of the
Yeah,
Lambs.
thank you. All right,
You hate fucking Keanu Reeves?
I hate The Matrix.
Why? It was one of the best movies ever.
I do. Do y'all know this Quentin Tarantino?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to blur out the answer. I just assume everybody knew
I
it.
hate that they have the same picture for everything.
These are easy.
or the
They
past
should
two, at
shorten the
least.
time.
Tom Hanks.
What does this man do,
Yeah,
Clarice? That you
these are really easy.
What does this man do, Clarice? That you
And why do they keep like? Why don't they change the picture?
What does he
Because
do?
they're idiots.
Who played the character of Indiana Jones?
Harrison Ford.
This is too easy. We got to
Harrison
find
Ford, the
something
worst
Keep
harder.
going. They're going to get
airline
harder.
pilot.
They're going
Oh.
to get harder. They'll
You
get
think
harder.
so?
Sure, why not?
I don't want to bore my viewers.
No, it's not
Harrison
there.
Ford.
The Titanic's captain. Okay, I don't know this one. I didn't see the Titanic.
Captain Loser.
I've never seen
Oh, fuck, I know his name.
Smith,
Oh,
Jack Dawson.
No.
Smith.
Captain Schmish.
I didn't get
Dawson.
it in time. Oh, this was Steven Spielberg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spielballs.
He's not Jewish.
Oy vey.
Is he?
What's who's the name of the character?
Clarice.
Hannibal.
Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter.
No, the protagonist.
Oh, Clarice. Okay, good catch. Sorry.
Bro, oh.
Bill. What does he do, Clarice?
Who?
What
James Earl
man
Jones.
do?
Yeah.
Tell me, Clarice. Tell me.
I wish they would update the graphics. Shawshank Redemption. What is his name?
Oh.
Protagonist.
Andy
well, you
Dufresne.
had
Yeah.
Andy and you had, yeah.
And the defend.
They're not getting harder.
It's a really good movie, actually.
That's
Who
what she
directed
Agreed,
Goodfellas?
but
Oh,
Is it
that's
Scorsese?
Martin Scorsese.
Yeah. No? Yeah? Okay.
Yep, we got the confetti.
Someone's got to sweep that
Not
up.
Tyler Durden. Is he
yeah.
considered the protagonist, or is he just called the narrator?
I think
Did we
it's
ever
Tyler
get his
Perry.
name? Ed Wood. Ed.
Oh, you were right.
Yeah, I didn't hit it in.
Good, though.
I didn't
Yeah,
hit
you did.
submit in time.
You got it.
We didn't get the
Oh,
confetti.
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to hit submit to get the confetti.
Bruce.
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 The name of the protagonist in The Godfather. Michael Corleone. Or is it
No,
Vito?
not the protagonist.
Vito Corleone.
Sonny,
It
wasn't it?
was,
In The
Really?
Godfather, it was
Michael.
Vito. What?
I never saw the movie.
Yeah,
I see
Michael
that.
was. That
Oh,
was who Al
Spielberg.
Pacino played.
Spielturd.
Keep showing Anthony Hopkins. Why don't
Yeah,
you?
why do they
know.
keep showing it?
The Lion King. Is it what Simba?
I guess.
M-
Yeah,
What does
yeah.
this man
Simba,
do,
Simba.
Clarice? What does this man do?
I've never
Never
even
saw
seen
it.
that fucking
I didn't
movie.
either. I know it's like a remake
You've
of
never
Hamlet.
seen The Lion King
Who
ever?
played Iron Man?
Dude,
Robert Downey Jr.
Downey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
you know
Scarlett
he's coming back
Johansson?
as Doctor Doom.
Yeah, stupid decision. Marvel should have ended.
You think
with-
so? You
The protagonist.
It should have ended with Endgame.
Ooh,
Marcellus Wallace.
yeah, no. Is it?
None of these were the protagonists.
Marcellus
know.
Wallace.
Was there even a
Jules?
protagonist?
I
No,
feel like
Go with
I
Marcel.
feel like
Go with
Marvel
You got it.
they've gone too far with
Who
the
directed?
TV
Is it Steven
shows
Spielberg?
and
did
too long
Jurassic
in between movies.
Yeah.
Like,
Geriatric Park.
Yeah, agreed.
like with the Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings, like that movie was one of the best movies I think in the MCU.
Who directed? Oh, Jonathan Demme.
They've yet to capitalize on that movie. Like there's so many
Really?
Easter
I
eggs in
can't
that
get
movie.
through that fucking movie. I keep seeing it on TV and I get through portions of it,
What?
but I can't get through the whole thing.
Which
one?
Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings.
By far the best movie. And like literally that 10 Rings have been in the fucking Marvel universe the whole fucking time and you don't realize
Okay.
it until you
Yeah,
watch
I
that movie.
I know, but have you seen Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness? That
I've
was a
watched
good
it all. Dude, I've watched them all.
What'd
Oh,
you think?
here's a good one. Can you guess
Dude,
the
I
movie
like
by the
watching the
picture?
fucking Quantum Mania one where they're going
Strange.
where they're getting sucked into the quantum world.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah, I've seen them all. Too.
shut the fucking lights off at night, fucking smoke a couple fucking joints and watch that, dude. That's fucking badass.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We gotta
What?
look
Guess
at
the
the
movie,
picture.
but
Which movie is this from?
it
Is
ain't
it
the
big?
Lord of the
Inglorious
Rings.
Bast. No, wait. Is it?
Y'all want
Yeah,
the
back
y'all want
it
the
is
down.
the farm at
titles?
the beginning.
Inglorious Bastards.
Is this the farm
Yeah, I
with the
think you're
milk
right.
scene?
No.
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Yeah.
Where
Oh,
the
Titanic, huh?
Yeah.
Sure.
See, I can't tell what the picture's at.
Can't even see what the fuck it is.
It's
Oh,
a
that's
staircase. It's like
Untouchable.
a spiral staircase
Oh,
going. Is
yeah,
it
yeah. I
7
don't.
or There Will Be
I,
Blood?
I have no
Oh no,
idea.
Silence of the Lambs for sure. See.
You think so? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
How'd you know that?
Which was this from?
It's like you said earlier. I got useful
Pulp
The
Fiction.
information.
Godfather? It's got to be The Godfather.
Yeah, that's the
No.
Godfather.
Is
Yep.
it?
Yeah, that's when
It's
they killed.
it's
I
not
don't
Pulp
know.
Fiction.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
it could be when they packed the dead guy, but okay.
Yep,
Okay.
Godfather.
Take the gun.
Ooh,
No,
what
leave
is
the gun. Take
this?
the cannolis.
Jaws.
You think it's Jaws?
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely.
I don't
Yes,
think
it
it's
is.
Jurassic Park.
Geriatric Park.
No,
Oh,
it is Fuck.
I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
said no.
Oh, this is Actually, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Top
know.
Gun.
Is it Private Ryan?
It's got to be the Forgotten Battle. 'cause I don't-
Midway, isn't it?
No, not Midway.
9 seconds.
Top Gun.
Go
I
for
No,
with
it's not
D.
Top-
Go with D. Go with D.
Could be Saving Private Ryan too. I don't know.
Saving
Oh!
Private Ryan.
I'm sorry.
Oh, what
Saving
is this
Ryan's
one?
Privates.
Yeah, very important.
I haven't seen any of these. So.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Let's go. Hold on, I'm gonna do the finger slap test. I'll
Is
tell
it
you.
the French? Is this somewhere in Paris, maybe?
Go for it.
Let's go with B.
Bed.
Nope.
Lady
Oh,
Bird.
C.
Oh, Jesus.
Clueless?
Boys in the Hood?
Nope.
I
Or
don't
is
know.
it Mean Girls? It's either Clueless or Mean Girls. Is that Beverly Hills? If it's Beverly Hills, it's Clueless.
Explain the
It has
reasoning.
pink.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm leaning toward Clueless myself. I'll try Clueless. Yeah.
Yeah, good job.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
Brokeback, huh?
Oh, The Shining. I know this for a fact.
Yeah,
You
yeah, that
sure?
is The Shining.
It's
yeah.
the beginning of The Shining.
No,
Brokeback.
Brokeback Mountain?
Well, I never
Japan,
saw
Brokeback
Brokeback
Mountain?
Mountain. I'm not gonna watch that fucking movie.
No idea. Midnight.
Parasite. I don't know. I don't know. This
What is he in an elevator shift?
yeah, Parasite. Yeah,
Leggy, you're lucky.
I
You're
got
good.
lucky on that one.
Leggy. Thank God you got a leg to stand on.
Well, you know.
Oh, good. You haven't seen it either. Yeah.
I've seen The Godfather like a bunch of times, and I still can't fucking remember all of it because it was boring to me.
No. I can tell like Tango and Cash. I've seen that movie so many times. I can tell you pretty much. Like if I hear a
Maybe
line,
there's a
I
Tango
can
and
tell you almost
Cash
where in the
trivia.
movie the line is.
When you
Is
watch
that the
the
one-
movie, Zach,
is that-
you just make sure make an offer you get refused.
Tango and
that-
Cash. It starts out with he's fucking chasing a tanker truck right down the fucking road, and he's driving like a gray Corvette, and he's getting to the fucking Mexican border, and he passes the truck, comes around, speeds sideways because the chopper told him if he's gonna make a movie, better do it now. So he pulls out, shoots the tires out of the fucking truck, and then he winds up fucking thrown. The guy winds up getting thrown through the fucking window. It breaks his nose, and then they're like, "There ain't no fucking cocaine in here. Who the fuck do you think you are?" And the guy goes, "He thinks he's fucking Rambo," and he goes, "Rambo's a fucking pussy."
I hope I don't
Pushes
get
the guy
copyrighted.
out of the way. As the guy with the fucking mullet's going, I want your gun, I want your badge, I want your ass." And then he turns around, shoots the tanker truck, and he goes, "Hey, look at that, it's snowing."
Man, that was so good. I don't even feel like I need to see the movie now.
That's the
Yeah.
beginning of the movie. That's the beginning. That's just the opening scene.
Was that
You
Stallone
wrapped
and the
it up.
Yeah,
I
dog?
it's
didn't even finish
Stallone.
my
Here,
And
we
then
could do
it
movie
goes to.
quotes.
Then
You
it
wrapped that up
goes
so good,
to.
Jeff. I didn't even finish my popcorn.
Cuts to Kurt Russell, where he's fucking coming home and it's playing that music. Do 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 do. And he's coming home and he comes in,
Houston,
and the
we have a
Chinese
problem.
guy fucking is
Apollo, huh?
chasing him, and it has the best fucking like random fucking tit shot out of any fucking movie. Like I don't know who that woman is, but it's like the out of any
Terminator.
actor.
Yeah.
At least they're
I'll be back.
Dorothy, Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Okay, these are easy.
I know.
I've actually seen that one, which is
You're
kind of
gonna
fun.
need a
Could've
bigger boat.
skipped all day.
Oh, that's
Jaws.
Jaws.
Size matters,
Jaws.
honey.
You're gonna
That's
need a
Jaws.
bigger boat.
Castaway, perfect ball,
Jaws.
Jaws.
Yours
Jaws.
for sure.
Oh wait, yeah. But I almost feel like there was something similar to
There's
that.
no crying in baseball.
Oh, that's the League of Their Own. That's Gina Davis, Rosie O'Donnell, Madonna.
Rosie O'Donnell, the blockhead.
Roads. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Ferris
That's
Bueller's
Back
Day
to the
Off.
Back to
Future.
the Future.
Bill and Ted. Back to the
No,
Future.
Back to the Future. Yeah.
Back to the Future.
Yo, y'all are good. We getting these. As if. Oh, is that Clueless?
Yeah.
That's a
I've
fun
never seen that one.
You
either.
had me at hello. That's it's a romance. That's
Sleepless
Sleepless in
in
Seattle or
Jerry
Pretty Woman.
Maguire. Jerry
No.
Maguire, because that has. Yes,
You
it's Jerry
sure?
Maguire. I'm positive it's Jerry Maguire
Well, hurry
You are
up.
correct, sir. That's a great movie too.
because it goes show
Godfather.
me the money.
Yeah.
You had me at hello.
Yeah,
Godfather.
every fucking corny ass guy, including myself, used that once upon a
This
time.
is Apocalypse Now, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
That's
Make my
Dirty
day.
Harry.
That's some Dirty Harry.
Yeah.
Make my day.
We're all too old to miss these answers.
Gone with the Wind. I would know a quote from a Karen anywhere. Look at that. That's our best one yet. All right.
All right, see if you can find one like seen it or something like that. Even if it's on YouTube, and you got to do like who's doing it before. Is it
Oh,
you?
the only thing I worry about is copyright. If
It's
it's
not
clips
Look,
with music.
no, you'll be fine. Like stuff like that, you're fine.
Here's one from the. Can you guess it from the establishing shot? Maybe it has video. Oh, well, this one's hard. Let's try this one, and then I'll look for a scene.
Boom, 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 jing.
This is the opening shot.
Let's see, what do we got? The Dark Knight.
Spider-Man.
The Dark Knight. Dark Knight.
Damn.
Exorcist.
Leggy, you damn fool.
Ooh, Lord.
Oh, that's Star Wars. Or no.
Yeah. No.
Dune, R1.
No, Mad Max.
Mad
Fury Road.
Max.
Okay, Mad Max, yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
There's a Mad and his name is Max.
Ooh.
Shit.
Enter
They
the
have
Void.
Poor
Are you
things.
Are you
Enter
kidding?
the Void.
No, man.
You
That
sure?
movie was about DMT, and it wasn't a very popular movie.
It is. I don't think it was everything all at once.
All right, go for it.
Enter the Void.
Yeah.
Poor
Oh,
thing. I
Poor
knew it looked like the style of Poor Things. Is this The Shining?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a chalet.
Wow, this could be anything.
I know it's not.
There will be
tropic-
blood.
I'm
It's
thinking
either
Braveheart.
310 to I think it's 310 to Humor because isn't that a Western movie?
Yes, yes. That makes sense.
What I say?
No!
So
No,
there will be
there
blood.
will be blood.
Ooh, what is Lord of the Rings?
No.
No, it might be.
No,
Oh, is
it's
it-
not. It's not.
is it-
It's Harry Potter.
You sure? Harry Potter.
I'm pretty
That cast
sure.
list
Oh,
oh,
is
Yep.
it?
rings at least.
Fucking Harry
I
Potter.
can't even see this. What?
What is that?
I don't know.
It's a city or something, right?
I don't think it's Watchmen.
I'd go with Deadpool.
No, it's
Yeah,
not
that's what
Deadpool.
It's
I
not
bet
Deadpool.
I bet it's Watchmen.
No, I say Man of Steel.
Watchmen.
Well, we got
Alright.
shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Avengers.
Avengers.
The Avengers.
Huh.
Is this
We were all wrong.
Midsummer? We were talking about that the other day.
What is that? A road?
I haven't seen any of
Is
these.
that a
Yeah,
road?
it's a
I'd say
road
Get
in a
Out.
forest.
Is it Get Out?
It's got to be Midsummer because look at the foliage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got. The foliage.
Oppenheimer?
Is this
What the fuck is
Oppenheimer?
this?
It could be. It looks like
It could be a lot of
What is
things.
somewhere out in the
Rust.
desert.
That's the set
That's
of Rust.
Interstellar, man. That
That's
could
where
be
Alec
Interstellar
Baldwin
too.
shot that.
You think
I-
Interstellar?
Not
It could.
Aviator.
I'm not saying it
I
is,
don't
but
believe.
because that starts.
Or is that a?
3
Oppenheimer.
seconds.
Well, hold
Oppenheimer,
on, is that a-
Interstellar.
Is that?
Hey,
Shit, I missed the button. All right. So,
well,
seen
you
it.
were worried about the questions being hard. They got harder.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
Well, I'm not a movie guy, so.
I am an everything guy.
How
I'm
about
like-
logos? How about a logo one?
Real American
those are fun.
everything guy.
Like where they're mixed up and you gotta like, oh, you know what I mean? Or like they have symbols and you gotta figure how
Yeah.
the fuck, something like that.
Get those
Yeah.
Ballantine beer caps, you know?
Has anybody ever up here ever wanted to go on Supermarket Sweep? Because I've always secretly, that's the one game show I've always really wanted to go on.
No.
When I was
but,
in college, I could have gone on Jeopardy and been a ruler, you know, like I could have kicked their ass. But now
I
I
did
can't.
try that one time. I
I
did try
can't
that one time.
remember. I can't remember everything I used to know anymore.
My senior year in high school, I went to New York and I did the fucking, when they did the teen tournament or whatever they did, I went down through, but I wind up, what was I, like 58 out of fucking like 500 or whatever. So
Like,
like,
don't take this the wrong way. You have many redeeming qualities, but I swear to God, you could do voiceovers, like do voice work in
no,
cartoons.
I'm a pretty one trick pony, not gonna lie.
You could
Now,
do
like,
you could do voiceovers though. You could.
I know
can-
this one.
that's McDonald's.
They're giving you partial logos.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Oh.
Yeah,
You
how
sure
do I
it's
go
not
on to the next
Einstein
one?
Brothers bagels?
What is
Batman.
this?
That's Batman.
Jamba Juice.
This is Batman?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, wow. Y'all are good.
Jamba Juice.
That's Mazda.
Volvo, Volkswagen,
Mazda.
Not
Mazda.
Volkswagen.
Mazda?
Mazda
Right?
top. Mazda
Right.
top.
Mazda.
Mazdal.
Starbucks.
Starbucks.
Starbucks, yeah.
Starbucks is
Hellboy.
Hellboy, right?
Yep.
Yeah, Hellboy.
Fubu.
Wow, I'll be damned.
You will, because you're a Satanist.
That's
Dodge.
Dodge,
Ram, Dodge,
Ram.
Ram. I know a goat head when I see one.
Yeah, that's Baphomet. Cleverly
Yeah.
hidden.
Sunoco.
Donut. These are the choices. Subway, huh?
Subway.
Yeah, Subway.
Eat fresh.
Yep. Eat shit.
That's
Spider.
Venom.
Dang.
That's Spider-Man.
Nope,
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
No,
Yes,
that's fuck.
Venom doesn't have a black symbol.
Yeah,
of
yes, he does.
Well, the game is
Spider-Man.
saying it's Spider-Man.
Spider-Man was
has-
never white with black.
Oh, get the fuck out of
Argue
here.
with the game. The computer says no.
Oh,
This
Audi.
is what, Audi?
Audi.
That's Audi.
Yeah.
I don't know how I know this shit.
Innie. It was an innie.
That's a
Volvo,
Yoda.
Toyota.
That's a Yoda.
Toyota. Yep.
Toyota.
Yep.
Ooh,
Burger King.
Burger King. Yeah.
No.
might be right.
Is it?
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? Oh, I get you. Yeah, now I see it.
Fantastic Four.
Oh, Fantastic Four.
Oh, nope, not even close. I was thinking of totally
Porsche.
different.
Oh, a Ferrari.
Yeah, that's no.
Ferrari.
Is it Porsche or is it? Yeah, it's
Porsche.
Porsche. I like the antlers, if that's what they are.
there's the push.
Wendy, because she is Wendy
Yeah,
does not
Wendy,
look
yeah,
like
yeah.
she's doing well.
Wendy,
at
you
all.
owe me money, fool.
Soulless ginger.
Wolverine?
This is was
Is
it
that
Wolverine?
Or it could be Watchmen. Yeah, it's Wolverine.
Oh, could be Watchmen. Yeah. No, it's Wolverine.
This is a
Ooh.
car.
I don't know.
Scion.
Volvo.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Volvo. Yeah.
Volvo. Yeah. Yeah, it's a Volvo.
The Volvo.
Another car.
Fiat.
Fiat.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Taco Bell.
Oh,
no.
Pokemon, huh?
Taco Bell.
No, Taco
Oh.
Bell.
Oh,
That is
right.
Taco Bell.
Make a run
At
for it.
first, I thought I said Taco Bell, then it looked like an
Ooh, what the hell is this? Is that a Groot?
Oh, you were close.
The Silver Surfer.
It's got to be Galactus because I don't know that name, and it's the only thing I don't recognize. No,
Star-Lord.
Star-Lord.
what?
Peter Quill was just an ordinary Earth kid.
He doesn't look like that in the movies.
Well, maybe in the comic book.
Is this a
itself.
domino? Like a bent domino? Oh, it's a car, another car.
GMC.
That's no,
Citroen?
that's
Andino. Andino. It looks like an A.
no,
Andiamo.
no.
Citroen.
Ah,
Because it's yellow.
That's
Superman.
Superman.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah.
I have no clue.
Ferrari.
Oh, look, is it one of the Dobez? We need you for this one.
Koenigsegg?
Egg.
Is it
something
Koenigsegg?
Scandinavian, Swedish,
Egg.
Argyle?
Whatever, just pick one. No one
One of
knows.
these two.
That's probably
It's that one. It's that one.
Ah,
Yeah. See?
a Swede, Christian von Koenigsegg, the fastest vehicle in the world.
Awesome.
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Yeah. Ooh. I don't know.
It's some kind of video game or
No.
character.
It's Blade. That sword. I
Yeah,
recognize
that's
the
Blade.
sword.
Yeah. John Deere.
Could be.
Another car.
Oh, Land Rover. Yeah, Land Rover.
Hmm.
Chili's.
Chili's, yeah.
Pizza Hut.
No. Pizza Hut?
Yeah, Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
Pizza
Yeah.
Hut. Sure.
What the fuck?
The Flash.
Yeah.
Flash. Gordon.
Ah!
Saturn.
Hyundai.
Saturn.
No, Saturn, yeah.
It's Uranus.
No, not my anus.
Who is she? Oh, Cinnabon, huh? Panera.
Panera.
Yeah,
We'll make a nicer, fresher bread.
that's a car. The Aston Martin.
Chrysler. Oh,
Aston
Aston Martin.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, for sure.
God, looks good.
I know. He's really good.
Go
I
back
don't
up,
even know
Jeff.
if that's a
Jeff, I
car or a
can't see it all.
superhero. Daredevil.
Ooh,
Catwoman.
No, not Daredevil. It's
Catwoman.
You sure?
It's yeah,
How did you know that?
dude.
What is
I've
the
never seen
That's
that.
Mercedes?
Mercedes Benz, yeah.
Do you want to ride?
That's
There's
KFC.
the guy that did give me my ticket.
Damn, Colonel Sanders.
I need to go talk to the manager.
I'm going to beat that fucking
What the hell is
recipe out of you,
this?
you prick.
Oh, it's a superhero.
Go down.
Heaven, herbs, and spices, my ass.
The Tick.
Ant-Man,
The Tick.
Wasp. Tick?
The Tick.
I'm thinking.
No, because the Tick was blue.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man, yeah.
Paul Rudd.
What the fuck did that
Dominoes.
Dominoes. That would be a Saab.
Wow.
Osama.
You know a lot about cars,
That
don't you?
will be Captain
Captain
America.
America.
Yeah.
A car.
Ford.
Ford.
Yeah.
Food.
Sonic.
Oh, good. Really good.
Sonic's good, too.
What the fuck is this?
It's a bullseye. It's a
It's gonna be a
character
superhero.
probably.
That's
Hawkeye.
Hawkeye.
It's a Hawkeye.
Okay.
it Chipotle?
It's the eye of the hook.
Is this Chipotle?
Could
Yeah.
be.
Must be.
Jamba juice.
That's
Volkswagen.
Volkswagen. Oh, Volkswagen.
That was Hitler's company.
That's
Hyundai?
Honda.
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 That
Check-
would be a
Dairy Queen.
Charles Jr.
Dairy Queen.
Checker.
No, Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr.
Why
And
the
Hardy.
fuck do you know? Do you have all this shit around?
That's Iron Man,
Iron Man, yeah.
dude. I grew up in the South. Like I
Talk
Okay.
live
about
in
having a lot of
Maine.
useless information, right?
Eyeball.
That would
Triumph.
be a Bentley.
Triumph. No, it's a Triumph.
It's a Bentley.
Ah!
I'm learning not to argue with Leggy on
That's the
cars.
Green
No,
Green
right?
Lantern.
Lantern?
Green Lantern?
Yeah,
No.
that's what I mean. Yeah, the
Oh
green.
no, Hulk, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Or the Thing.
Don't make me
No,
angry. You
it's
wouldn't
Hulk.
like it when I'm
Gotta be
angry.
Hulk. X.
That's a
Oh,
car.
Oh, Renault.
Mitsubishi.
Renault.
Mitsubishi, yeah.
Oh yeah, I used to own a Mitsubishi.
And you didn't know that.
Thor. That's Thor. Has to be
Yep.
Thor.
Yep.
They should bring back the Suzuki
They
side.
have a character of Falstaff.
Remember
47 out of 50. Guys,
Not
I'd say that's
bad, huh?
pretty good.
Hey,
We
do they have another one of those? Let's do it
Remember
again.
the Suzuki sidekicks when they first came out? They'd turn it and fucking flip on their side. They call them sidekicks because they.
Oh
flip
yeah,
on
yeah,
their
I know what you're
side.
talking about. They're like the little fucking geo trackers and shit.
Yeah,
Oh, take care, Dobes.
they were a little top heavy. Every
Capital.
time if you turned them too sharp,
Yeah, we
always
did
flip
better
out.
on the capitalism than we did on the movies.
Yeah, but they're all tied together, aren't they? I mean, movies give us
Yeah, because
our,
some of the logos were from movies.
the movies
Superhero
give,
movies.
give us our
There are
ideas
modern myths.
of how we should be living, and and our morals and etc.
Do you want to ride in my Mercedes, boy? Let me show you the things that I could.
That's who? Jody Watley? Who was that?
Yeah, I think so.
Vinny, you're from New Jersey, right?
Brooklyn, New York.
Brooklyn. Okay. New York was my second choice.
Brooklyn
Yeah.
is New York.
Well, I know that, but I thought he may be from New
It's
Jersey.
close. Jersey is the same thing.
You know, he might be the Brooklyn Brawler. You know who the Brooklyn Brawler is? That might be who Vinny is.
Tell us who the Brooklyn
Is it the
Brawler
guy
Oh,
with the
I'm that
shades
blind
that we saw earlier?
singer, Leggy, from earlier.
Oh, yeah.
Saint
Vinny
Martin.
St. Martin.
Steve
Hey,
Lombardi,
hey, he's a
professional
hell of a
wrestler.
singer though, like you were though.
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone.
I only want to be loved by you.
Fly me to the moon.
With a big pizza pie.
Hey, Leggy, when the moon hits your eye like a bigger pizza pie, that's
That's
amore.
love.
That's amore.
When in
Bella,
the
Now I'm
ill,
hungry.
when in the
Yeah,
ill,
boy.
Bella Luna.
Demetrio.
when in the ill shocks your ass and you shit really fast, that's amore.
That's amore. Hey, look at me. I
No,
got my
that's-
donkey on the
That's
sidewalk.
just
I'm
that's
watering my
just the
concrete.
basil.
I'm watering my concrete while I'm washing my donkey.
What?
Dominic the
You
Christmas
fucking
a donkey.
jackass.
That's it.
I'm a Dominic the Christmas a donkey.
Everybody clap. Then Dominic begins to dance.
Are you? We are the lollipop
Hey, I
king.
dance a good
Oh my
tarantula,
God.
444. I dance
You
a
do
good
that. You do
tarantula.
that very well. I
Tarantula?
hated those creatures.
Yeah.
If I landed in Oz and that's the first thing I saw, I would run. I
You should
would
see my hooves, my donkey hooves. I just
run
move.
back in my house.
I'm hooving it up.
You're hoofing it.
I'm hoofing it, man.
Who's that motherfucker hoofing it over there? That's fucking Vinny Pots and Pans.
He's
They
hoofing.
have hooves now that you can buy high heel. What
I'm
do they call
hoofing, you heard?
hoof heels?
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they
Well,
have. I
somebody
was
taking
worried.
their fairy situation pretty serious.
I was really
Why?
worried.
I just got one question, y'all. Why so serious?
You want to know how I got these scars? You see, my father was a drinker. And one night he comes home crazier than usual.
What the fuck? No.
That was actually really good. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
Shoes. Hoof shoes.
That was good. I like that one.
We could play
Look at
Name
the
the
hooves.
Do
Movie.
they have the ones in the fish tanks? Like I'm gonna get you, sucker. The guy walks
Yeah.
out. He's got
Oh,
Hey, yo.
with the pimp.
Can
Yeah,
you dig that? Sucker!
I love that movie.
he's got aquarium shoes.
Yeah, brother, you shopping at the Goodwill?
Vinny, so Vinny, are you a wrestling fan? Yes or no?
I'm the old WWF fan. Other than that, yeah, just the old, old
So,
guy.
like, you
Hey,
don't follow it? Like, how old, like, to you?
What do you mean?
Like, when did you stop watching it?
When did I stop? I don't know. Before high school.
Oh, so that was, so you're still, like, back in fucking Bruno and all them guys. No,
yo,
Yeah,
I,
you
I
ain't that
went to
old,
a
but
I
gas
was a
station.
kid, Leggy, and I was there when Hulk slammed Andre the Giant and took the belt from him.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was at
I
a
think that
gas
was the
station
first
where
WrestleMania or the second WrestleMania.
Chief Jay
That
Strongbow
was
was
the
getting
third
his
one,
car
too. That
That
fixed,
was
and
was
the
he
a
was
third
kid.
one.
living in his
I
fucking
wasn't
car.
together.
You remember Chief Jay Strongbow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at the gas station where he was having his car fixed, and he was living in it.
Huh?
You know, you can be famous one day and fucking penniless the
Oh,
next.
yeah. Look at Delonte West.
Who?
Mm.
Delonte West.
Who's that?
He was like fucking. He played on the fucking Celtics for a long time. I believe he was there before Rondo come on, and then he went to the Cavs, and he was playing with LeBron on the Cavaliers. But rumor has it that Delonte was fucking LeBron's mom, and LeBron didn't like it, so he had fucking Delonte whatever, and then Delonte had fucking mental problems and had drug addiction, and he pretty much just spiraled out of control. And
Mm.
now he's home. He's literally homeless and living on the street now. Like legit.
Hmm.
He played for the Mavs for like a year. Like he was a hell of a baller. Like he legit was. He was a good baller. He was fun to watch when I was younger.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is a fucked up world, you know. Like fate is a cruel mistress, as they say.
And according to
Mm.
Mark Cuban, he said that he's tried to get him in. He said he was like living with him for like 6 months, and then like all of a sudden one day he was gone, like just
Mm.
bounced.
Well, Jaco Pastorius, one of the greatest bass players of all time, he would sleep on park benches and shit, and you know, like he was mental, and he would make himself homeless, basically. You know,
Yeah.
Hmm.
weird people. You know, I mean, I don't know. I look at these guys that have millions of dollars. They can have anything they want, and they fuck it up. You know, like Diddy
Oh
and
yeah.
all that shit. And all I need is like
Maybe
one
that's part
million
of what they
dollars.
want.
But all I need is $1 million, and I could do so much. I would make music, I would make videos, I would make art. You know, I would like be prolific. But I don't have that kind of fucking
You need
money.
a
You know, and they
patron,
do. A
somebody that would
patron?
support your creativity.
Who the fuck? I'm too old to be doing it anymore. Actually, you know, like I would have done it, but
Mm.
now I just have little inspiration. Nothing gives me joy anymore. You know.
You should join Toastmasters. You can meet a lot of cool people, and
I know my this chick I worked with, her father was in it, and I heard all about it, but I'm not interested.
I think it can make us all better YouTubers.
I've done my share of public speaking, and I'm not a fan really. You know, I mean, it's not like it bothered me, but it doesn't do anything for me either. I don't get anything out of it, so why put myself up there? You know.
Yeah. Do you want to ride in my Mercedes?
Well, Vinny, do you have any downloads for us
Sure,
to
I
take us out on?
I could quiet my mind.
I think
And
Leggy just got downloaded.
he got that. Yeah, he fell off his chair.
So what's it like in Brooklyn? I mean, do you have everything you
I'm
need
not-
within
Oh,
walking
I
distance?
was born and raised there. I'm not currently living there anymore, thank God.
Oh.
But yeah, it's a wild place, man.
How does it differ from Crooklyn?
Crooklyn?
Brooklyn?
Brooklyn. Brooklyn. It's a Brooklyn.
Are there more Jews or more Italians in Brooklyn?
At this point, I would probably say Jews.
I think there's more. That's where all the woke.
They have a lot of Hasids. You know, those are those guys with the beards, and they all wear the same black and white.
Yeah.
outfit.
Oh, the one with the tunnels.
They're all
They
digging
fuck
the
through a
tunnel.
hole in the
They only
sheet.
bathe like once a month. They got the latest brand new fucking car, and it looks like it's already 10 years old, kind of shit. With the flames up. You know, it's already headlights missing and shit. They treat their cars terrible. Those bastards.
Why? Why
I don't
is
know.
that?
They just, it's just something that, you know, it's one thing that I have noticed, especially when I was working, you know, though the Hasidic Jews are the worst in the way they treat their vehicles. They're the dirtiest. You know, it's the kind of like the windows dirty on both sides kind of shit. And there's like 50 of them in a minivan going up the Palisades and shit, swerving. The funniest fucking thing was one time it was snowing. And they don't know how to drive. And there must have been like 20 of them in this little fucking minivan. Brand new minivan, but it looked dirty as fuck. It already had the taillight was busted out. Just terrible. And he oversee it. And they were just doing 360s as they would do, like in the middle of the fucking highway. All you saw was like these big black hats flying out one of the side windows, you know, like wear those big fucking, you know, wizard hats.
Yeah, the hats. Yeah.
Oh, it was great. It was like a NASCAR race. It was almost like as if I bumped them and then I just, you know, just pushed them out of my way, and I just it just happened to be like I was like, oh, thank you, universe. But I
You
was
did
an
a hit
NASCAR?
maneuver.
that's
What?
Yeah, I think they.
NASCAR, not ASCAR.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
like
I'm
a
a huge.
NASCAR
I love
race.
NASCAR. I'm not as into it as I was early because just I don't know. The rules lately have just been terrible. You know, they've dumbed it down so much. I liked it. I liked it when it was, you know, maybe like mid to late '90s NASCAR. You know, that's
Hey, Vinny, did you see the Penguin?
no.
You got to watch the Penguin if you want to make things work.
The Penguin, isn't that from Batman?
No, I swear to God, it was really good, dude. The Penguin, the TV show or whatever it is.
With Robert Downey Jr.
No, with
I mean,
Colin
Farrell.
Farrell.
I always
Colin
get those two
Farrell,
mixed
yeah.
up.
Yeah, it was
I have
excellent.
not seen it.
Hello,
was
King
really good.
James.
It's
James.
Jeff. You should fucking watch that in Discord if you can, because I'd watch it again with you.
It's gonna be too disturbing. I already know.
Why?
Cause I don't like all that violence.
You're a Satanist, and you find
I
this.
know that don't mean I like violence.
You're saying
And it's less of it's the cruelty. I know there's gonna be a lot of cruelty in it.
Not a lot. Just, you know, some deserved killings, some undeserved.
It's the vigilante justice thing.
No, it's the
Dude.
Penguin. He's an evil motherfucker. It's the Penguin.
Yeah, I don't.
It's
I
an
don't love
original,
watching movies about evil motherfuckers.
but it's an original story, and you really get on his side for most of it.
Yeah,
You know?
like I worry that we're already starting to lean toward being on the
Anti-heroes?
side of evil motherfuckers
Well,
as a society.
if that's the case, then I'm going to become a great man. Vote for me in 2029 or whatever the fuck it is. I will take you to the apocalypse.
the apocalypse. Yeah, say that King agrees. Yeah, I agree. NASCAR was way better back then. Yeah, especially when they were
What is it
bump
like now?
drafting. When they were bump drafting. Yeah. Then they put the restricted plates on. I say get rid of the restricted plates. A restricted plate, if you don't know, just limits the amount of oxygen that the engine's making. So without a restricted plate, holy shit, those cars will fucking fly on a super speedway like Daytona or Talladega.
That sounds like something that people would want.
Oh, heck yeah. And since the people really want it, they don't get
Is
it.
it the Karens that got a hold of NASCAR and now
I
they?
don't know. You know, ever since they started, oh, we're going to bring our family to the race every weekend. And look at me with my kids. And before I get in my car, and everybody's standing around my car and look at me. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, you go into fucking work, leave the family and the kids in the fucking pits, and fucking get in the car and start racing.
Yeah, that's I worry that the villains are becoming heroes. That's the trend. I guess I'm trying to.
But
Um,
is it not natural if that's the the way things are going? Is it
but
not natural? If that's how
that's the way
people
things go in a savage, barbaric society. But in a
Okay,
civilized society
so
with a functioning system of justice, the villains should not be the heroes.
so you're not a fan of Luigi then?
No, I'm not a fan of. I don't think he was a
I'm more of
hero.
a
I
Mario
think he's a
guy.
villain. I think he's a murderer.
He's a murderer, but he was
And
a
I don't
justice
think
murderer.
I it's hard for me to see him glamorized. Just
Oh,
like
I
it's
see him
hard for me
coming.
to see these villains glamorized in these stories. But
Well,
then I
sometimes
love True Detective, and neither one of those two guys were models of, I mean, human character. They were both very flawed.
I think what they're trying to do is show you that the villain does have a somewhat legitimate point of view. You know, that's why they're the villain because they believe in
I
what.
don't think vigilante murder is ever a legitimate point of view as long as you still have
Well, it used to be.
civilization.
It used to be in the old days. You know,
Yeah, I don't think it was a good thing back then either.
Remember
no,
the original?
no one should live under the same
Like
sky as their
we've made
father's children.
progress since, so I don't think
Progress.
that.
We've made no progress. It's just laws.
I like
Well,
the
we have. We
equalizer.
don't have everybody running around killing everybody else that they think should be killed just because they
Really?
violate some arbitrary moral or social norm
Have
peculiar to
you
them. We
have
have
you
a
looked at
more
Brazil lately?
organized system of justice
Have you
that
looked
keeps
at Brazil?
everybody alive, more or less.
In
When you
Brazil,
can't
they
shut it
kill
up
you
for
for
real.
fucking for a
Yeah, I don't want to
watch
be
a whole
Brazil.
game.
I'm proud that America doesn't have to do it the way they do in Brazil.
We just need to have we could hire the A team. We got to bring the A team back.
They
When you
never
can't go to the
shoot
cops
anybody.
and
They
you
never
just need
kill
help.
anyone. They shoot ten
I'm
thousand
just
rounds
not
of ammunition,
bloodthirsty. I
but
don't
never
take
kill anyone.
pleasure in
Yeah.
watching
And they
people
always
die.
made sure if the guy flipped over, they'd always show like the next scene or something like they got out of the car okay.
Yeah,
Nobody ever got hurt or killed
right.
in the A
Yeah, it
team.
was just
Yeah.
wonderful land.
That's right,
It's like
Hannibal.
it's
Don't you be
like death
knocking
was
me
on a
out on that
vacation.
plane. Don't be knocking me out, 444 on that plane. Hannibal be trying to knock me out. That was a terrible Mr. T.
I don't think justice should be determined by Luigi's feeling. That's not. I don't
Well,
think that's how we should do
here's the thing
justice.
though,
If somebody
Luigi.
feels like they were wrong, then they can go out and murder somebody. I think
But
that's a
here's the
horrible
thing.
way to run a society.
Here's the thing. Luigi was never covered by United Healthcare, so he had no direct relationship to it. That's what makes it seem like an ideological motive more than anything. It
I
wasn't.
think personally, as the trial plays over, there's gonna be some mental health in there that starts to take center stage.
We'll see. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're right, but you know, they'll at least push that narrative. You know.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's gonna be narrative, and so I think the narratives that people adopt or fall into are going to be more reflections of themselves than anything factual that happened.
But
We
you
may
have
never
to
know
look.
that.
You have to look at the fact that all these people have supported him. There's still people that stand outside the courtroom with Free Luigi signs and everything because he's like a folk hero in some ways.
Yeah, I don't think
Some
that
people.
bothers me. And it's a lot. They did a poll. The younger generation, by far, is more in support of him than not, and they're the same people that are in support of was it Palestine? So I'm just worried. Like
Yeah, well, people are
this
innocent.
young generation's priorities. I don't think they have the
They don't.
democratic foundation that we grew up with.
The kids today, if they read on their phone, and all they know is what they're fed by their goddamn phone. And you and I read books when we were kids, you know.
Hmm.
We fucking sought out our own knowledge, and we learned things that we wanted to learn about. And it's just like today, these kids, they have no sense of history. They don't know what
And they're
went.
being taught that the history is bad. Like the sense of history they are getting is an ideological sense.
Half of the good shit that I know came from my grandparents, because they grew up in a time when it was tougher, and they taught me some lessons, some life lessons that have proven valuable. But what
I mean,
life
I
lesson?
never grew up thinking like randomly murdering people was a good thing. Like I
Well,
don't like.
Luigi didn't randomly murder this guy. He targeted him.
Yeah, but it's still unjustified vigilante murder. I call that random.
Sure,
It
sure,
wasn't through an
but
organized process of law.
But sometimes there was a saying that Tolkien had. He said, "Oft evil will, evil mars," which means that a lot of times, when you have an evil will, it fucks you up in the end. And that's like in the Lord of the Rings. There was these ghosts that
The
betrayed
Shadow
their oath.
Riders.
Yeah, and they went and fought, against Mordor, and that was evil turned against itself. And some good can come from evil in certain circumstances. Now, the national dialogue that has been created over healthcare and the bullshit that they pull, that is a good that sprung from the evil of him murdering
But
that guy.
we've been having that conversation before. It didn't take this to have that
But it's
conversation.
taken
We were
center
already
stage.
having it, and would
It's
have
become to
continued to.
the forefront.
I don't know. It sounds like you're trying to rationalize and justify a murder that's giving you a big boner.
Yeah, maybe. You know. I just think he did something that a lot of people would have liked to have done to fucking make them stand up and,
Yeah,
and,
savage
and pay
people,
attention.
like uncivilized people, yes, probably have these bloodlust fantasies, but I don't think that that's the best people to compose a society with.
Well, what if he could have got a hold of him and tortured him into compliance? Would that have been better? I mean, to make him see everyone's point of view if he tortured him.
No, I don't think that would have been good either. I
So
think he can go on social media just like the rest of us and make a YouTube video. He could write a blog. He could
yeah, and
start
you know who
a
listens
Twitter
to that
feed. He
shit?
could do all the same stuff that the rest of us in liberal society are using to get our point of
And no
view out
one
there.
fucking cares about what you wrote. No one listens to you. No one listens to me. No one listens to King Philip or Vinny. No one
Yeah,
listens
and
to
I
any.
don't think that gives you the right to escalate to violence just because you
But
can't get people to
he
listen to
he
your point of
forced
view.
he forced people to listen.
I don't know that anybody's really listening. Who's
Well, they
listening?
did because they increased their security. All the other CEOs of the healthcare companies, they
Right,
listen.
but who's listening as far as whatever the substantive point of his
Yeah,
position about healthcare
yeah,
is?
they're not
Nobody's
they're
going to
not going to
care about
change it.
that.
Right, they're not. They're not. I know that. You know, but somebody had to do something, maybe.
I don't think anybody had to do anything.
Well, just let it keep going on then, and let people let people die because their claims get denied for frivolous reasons.
There's not a single insurance company out there that doesn't deny claims. That's how insurance works. Like the
But
insurance company is not an infinite supply of money that just pays any claim that's submitted to it. That's not how
but
insurance works.
but
All
United,
companies did not make decisions about what they're going to cover and not cover.
yes, but United Healthcare had a 20% higher rate of denials than any other insurance company in the industry.
Okay, and so what?
So
They
that's
deserve to
excessive.
die because their
That's
claim rate was
excessive.
higher.
It's excessive, and they are killing. Do people deserve to die because they implemented an algorithm that denies claims automatically? Do people deserve to die for that? You know what I mean?
I reject your framing of it to begin with. So that question doesn't even apply to the situation to me.
Well, I don't know.
I think people are trying to rationalize bloodlust.
What
I
I don't
think
like,
they enjoy seeing some wealthy rich guy get taken down, and everything else is post fact rationalization
I
to
don't like the fact that he died.
justify the pleasure that they got from seeing that.
No, I don't like the fact that a person died. I like the
I
fact
can't
that
tell. This
I
is the
like
first time I've got any indication that you didn't like the fact.
no, I like the fact that it got a reaction, that people are starting to bitch and moan
But
publicly about
it
health.
didn't. It became yesterday's news like 2 weeks later.
It did for some people. I mean, I'm
Like
following it.
in other than you and a few people on the panel, I hardly hear anybody talking about it
What I don't
anymore,
like is
even
the
on
fact
Twitter.
that, if there's medicine that's out there, right? Let's just say I discovered aspirin, right?
Yeah.
Just say this is just hypothetical.
Or pumpkin
So,
pie.
so right, pumpkin pie aspirin, and I mean me to know. Let's just say it just cost me pennies to make one fucking aspirin, not even right, because I make such a quantity of it and I know how to do it, and
Right.
it's a good thing for humanity to have this. Now, I think it's in one person's makeup where how do you like? I could never justify and live with myself to try to gain. I mean, I understand making profits, but what I'm saying is, if it's only costing me less than a penny to make a pill, and here I am charging fucking $10, 100, 200, 300 for a pill. That is ridiculous.
And that's what they do.
But that right, and that in turn lies where that's why I say
You think that's what's happening?
well, it's always been what's happening. What I feel is, like the profit side of people forget that they're profiting because of people. People are your currency. People are people, right?
Yeah.
And that's not even
Well,
a pun from the
why
phone.
isn't all medicine then?
What I think medicine.
Why
If
can't
you
I go
have,
get a
if
bottle of
you, if
Tylenol
you,
for
it
a few
shouldn't be like
bucks?
a patent to a television or a fucking remote control. If you have the knowledge of certain ingredients, no different than marijuana or anything, that could help human beings on this earth and make it a better place, how fucking dare you not push it through and instead of looking out for yourself? That's like if I discovered electricity and just like how they
I
did,
think that's
and then
simplifying
just
it.
But why
It does
can't
get pushed through.
Why can't you make a profit and benefit humanity at the same time, as long as the profit is not
making the
excessive?
profit's fine, but like what I'm saying though, 444 is like those. Remember, like those stupid, like the just any medical thing. It
Like
should
what
just
though? Are you
be.
talking about a specific medicine that you feel is excessively priced?
Aspirin.
I'm just saying that.
Aspirin's cheap. Like I
How
said, I
about this?
could go out right
No,
now
it
and get
was
a
an
bottle of aspirin
example
for a
he
couple of
used.
bucks.
It was just an
How
example.
about just take it down to the bare minimum? Like the average transmission job on a car costs this much. The average blah 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 on your plumbing for your boiler costs this much. To get this done, to get your fucking colonoscopy, it costs about that much. So you know what I'm saying? It should just be deduced down to that way. You don't even really need fucking insurance unless it's a real big major thing, like a car. Like you need
There's a
car
lot of
insurance,
cost
right? You
involved.
need car insurance
Yeah.
in case shit gets totaled.
Bro, I need a hip
But for
replacement.
anything
That's going
else,
to be expensive.
a doctor visit or a little of this, little of that. I don't know. That's just my opinion on it. I just don't like the fact that people covet these fucking remedies for people and make them fucking work their whole lives to get them addicted, because these big pharma companies are no different than a drug dealer. Hey, try our free samples. Try our free samples. They give them to the doctor. Here's a free sample of this, free sample of that. And that's just like a drug dealer. Hey, try this for free. And then what? Boom, you got them hooked. Now they're going to pay top dollar.
Look at the Old West. It was the same shit. They
I
sold
don't
you
think that's how they
opium.
work. I think
They sold you
this is a
opium and heroin in bottles that
caricature.
you would drink, right? You would drink heroin and cocaine and opium in bottles in the Old West, and that was your medicine. And that's what they did. It was like, but it worked. Now they sell you shit that doesn't work.
All the medicine I take works, and
so much
the
red
few
tape
that
and
doesn't, I stop
bureaucracy.
taking, so I don't keep paying for it.
All
Like
I'm
if a
saying is
doctor
that-
tried me on a new prescription that didn't work, I wouldn't keep paying for it.
right. Well, that's not what we're
But the
saying
stuff
on
that
it.
works, like the stuff that I pay for works, that's why I continue to pay for it. Tylenol, aspirin,
Right.
whatever else I need.
But
Sometimes
those
prescription
Tylenol or
drugs.
aspirin
Tylenol
or,
is like
or
$20 a
Advil
bottle.
or Advil liquid gels Should be no different than a bottle of whatever that you need. I mean, it shouldn't. There's got to be like a cap. You know, I mean,
Yeah, you're paying
But
$20
wait,
a
yeah, you're
bottle
talking
for
about regulate
Tylenol,
like
and it costs them
regulating
a
the
dollar to
market.
make.
You want regulated capitalism, and we do have that to some degree. We don't have pure capitalism. We have a mixed market, regulated economy.
yeah.
So it
Well,
could be a lot worse.
well,
We do have a lot of those measures in place already.
right. And I'm not saying everybody in the healthcare system, because there are some good eggs out there. There are. But most of
man,
the time, by and large, what I see, let alone in medical, any fucking industry, everybody's like getting very, very fucking selfish, especially in the real estate
I don't
market and
know.
shit.
Well, I
Everybody's
don't know
just
about
looking
real
for
estate. I don't know
fucking
anything
money,
about that.
money, 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 money.
I used
Yeah,
to
people
do
we're a capitalist culture, and people like money.
I used to do collections for a doctor's office. There were like 15 doctors that were the best in the area, and I would call people, and they would get angry with me because I'm calling them looking for money, and I understand that. But I would say to them, look, if you just agree to a payment plan and agree to pay $5 a month, they'll stay off your back and they won't put you in collections. They won't send you to legal. And I was like, just do that and you'll fucking keep them at bay forever. And I would tell this to the people I was supposed to be getting money from. And some of them would agree and do it, and some of them would tell me to go fuck myself. But but I mean, does that make me a good guy kind of? Because I didn't care about the money. I was just, I felt bad for the people,
Yeah. I mean,
I do know
everybody's
that medical
going.
debt supposedly works differently. That you can do the $5 payment, whatever, and keep them at bay in a way that you couldn't with other forms of debt.
But I just don't like the way when somebody gets older, they work their whole fucking life, and then they come down with whatever kind of an illness, and they spend all their fucking savings on that illness, and then they get into the fucking poorhouse trying to fight an illness, and then let alone fighting the illness that should be first and foremost priority. Now they're losing their home, or they're losing this, just all
Some
the social
illnesses are
aspects of
more
stuff,
expensive than others through nobody's fault.
But it's just, I don't know.
Like,
Well,
what alternative do you want? Like, if they
well,
come down
why
with
is it
some rare
that
disease
I don't
that
know. I just don't like where people can lose the shelter that they have called their home because they go through a fucking cancer treatment program. There's got to
and
be
do they still have, like, I know a lot of places have homestead, you can homestead a
just anything
residence and
like
have it
that,
exempted from
you got to have nurses come
bankruptcy or
in? It's
something.
expensive though. I
Yeah.
mean, like my mom was in a convalescent home. They wanted to charge her $200 something a day to stay there
Yeah.
once insurance didn't cover it anymore. And I was like, no, you're coming home. I'll take care of you. I'll wipe your ass if I have to, because there's no fucking way we can afford $200 a day.
Right.
So the insurance only covered a certain
Yeah, only
period of
for a
time.
certain period of time, right?
Yeah, that's common too.
I mean, you know what's really out of whack too is these fucking dentists. If you go into any dentist, first of all, there is no fucking real good dental plan out there ever. I don't
See
care what
this?
the fuck insurance you have,
That's my crown that just popped off. Whoops.
Just now?
No, like a week ago. I got to get that fixed.
Yeah.
It's going to be
Dentistry.
$1,000 probably.
Yeah, it's fucking out of these dentists are out of fucking control.
Do you have dental insurance?
No,
I have.
mean,
I've had a dental insurance from my job, but even in retirement, it's just it sucks. That it's like
Because you can get better insurance though, can't you? Like
I don't
there's
know.
a marketplace where you can shop for insurance that fits your needs.
does it really fit your needs or does it fit your budget?
Well, whatever. Maybe that is one of your needs. Is something within a certain budget.
But a shitty dentist, yeah, I mean, you do get what you pay for.
Yeah, I mean, I dated a girl. She had false teeth put in because her ex-boyfriend had knocked her teeth out, and they put in teeth that were obviously too big. They were like not the right size, and I was like,
Were they permanent or
permanent, yeah,
removable?
permanent.
Oh, wow.
I was like, who the fuck was your
Yeah, I would
dentist?
complain.
It's like
I would.
it's like
How
he
about
put
a how about a funny story where this guy at a dentist, this is a true story. He gets his teeth and he matches his teeth, right? Because he got crowns, right?
yeah.
So he has crowns put in on the front, and so he blended it because his rest of his teeth are kind of like yellowish. So they blended in nice, no problem. And then his guy decide, all right, he's gonna get his teeth whitened. But the guy, if I get so stupid not to realize that crowns don't whiten. Crowns are just crowns. Crowns always just stay the same color, whatever you're fucking gonna shade them out and put them in on. So then he gets these white teeth, and straight across the front, it just looks like a yellow strip. It's fucking gross.
And do you know that human teeth are not even supposed to be white? The normal color of teeth is like a yellowish, brownish beige.
Yeah.
Just thought that was funny. So
That's a
for
vanity
anybody out there thinking about getting
beauty
crowns,
standard that we
you
developed
always make sure
somehow.
you get it as white as you can get them. I mean, you want to blend it, but don't blend. If you got yellow, I would say yellow. Yellow teeth. Don't
Hey, are
get
you
them.
making fun of me?
The thing is, this is the second fucking time this has happened. Like, why don't they
Tell
don't
them
they have
that. Go Karen their ass and say, I demand to see a manager. This is the second fucking time this has happened. This is unacceptable.
See, I will fucking kill a man, with no remorse.
Now
But
the
I
truth
but I
comes
have
out.
issues. But I have issues with being like confrontational with people in a situation like that.
Not me. All right, take me with you. Get that crown straightened
I
out.
will. Yeah. You'll be like, no, motherfucker, this is how it's going.
But serious, like if the second time in what time period?
No, it's been
Because
a while.
those are not made to last forever. They do, depending on what material they use. They
The
sometimes
truth
do
is,
need to be replaced. But
the tooth was fucked up to begin with, so I can't really blame him. I
And if
mean,
you
I
need
think,
an implant nowadays, holy shit, that's at least $2,000 to $3,000 right there.
yeah,
And
for
what
sure.
a fucking procedure! You got to go to a whole other dentist who could do the fucking procedure. They put a fucking, like one of those screw ends. So basically, the tooth. Picture like a dice, right? Like dice, but just picture one of the die is a tooth, and it's got a hole, and you could just twist it like a fucking tire nozzle cap cover, and they just screw them right down into your gum, into your jaw.
Yeah, in your jaw, yeah.
y'all are
They
not
really good, but expensive as fuck, man.
y'all are not impressed and amazed and appreciative that we even have this remarkable technology that we can do all this to our teeth in the
Give 'em a
first
bottle
place.
of
Think of
whiskey and
what
a
our
doorknob with a
ancestors
string.
would have had to do.
Pull my tooth. Remember that was the old joke. You got to fucking tie.
I
your
used to
tooth
try,
and
yeah,
pull
when
it.
I was little and you had your loose teeth. I
The
sometimes
string,
would
right?
try the string, and
On the
none of it
doorknob.
ever worked. The only thing that really worked is just pulling it and twisting it by the root until it
You know what
broke.
worked for me? Milk duds. You get a box
Oh,
of milk
I didn't
duds,
think of
man.
that.
That'll take any
With the
tooth right the
caramel?
fuck
Well,
out.
what worked for me was my cousin's knee. He kneed me in the mouth by accident, and my tooth fucking fell out, and there were strings attached to it. I don't know how to explain it. It was like fiber, and it was like
Yeah.
about 3 feet long, dude.
Oh
It was
Lord, I don't know
crazy.
about 3 feet.
Wow.
It was fucking crazy. I was like, "What is happening here?"
Oh, that would have freaked me out.
They invented
That's
fiber
trauma.
optics that way, I heard.
Yeah, that's how fiber optics were invented.
That's how he powers that light behind him.
Yeah, right. It's all tooth impulses.
Hey, the tooth will set you free. We just need the tooth, the whole tooth, and nothing but the
And nothing but the tooth.
So help your crowns.
The only reason I need teeth is to eat steak. That's all.
the steak.
I could handle
You could
noodles.
like they have baby food steak, and you could ground like have your steak ground for you or ground it yourself.
What, into like a paste?
I don't know, just chop it real fine
Nah,
with a
man.
spoon. Shave it.
Ooh, it's a bewitching hour.
No, I live in a weird area, dude. That's all that is.
Oh, that's you.
I live in a haunted zone.
Haunted zone. What's the speed limit? 10 miles an hour. You are now entering a haunted zone. Go 10 miles an hour. Haunted at play.
Blind ghost ahead.
Well, gentlemen, I've had a blast. I'm going to go ahead and bounce. I'll probably
Oh
maybe
yeah,
see
me
you again
too.
later if
Oddly
you're
enough.
running around.
Hey, I'm
And,
walking over here.
Hey, forget about it.
Well, Vinny, it was good to see you. Take
He's
care.
gone.
Hope your New
He
Year's off to
gone.
a good start. He can hear me.
So
You recalled
tomorrow
that
I'm gonna make
fast.
beef lo mein for the first time.
I thought you made it already.
No, I was gonna and I didn't. I
Oh,
didn't
you
do
never
it.
did. Oh, okay. I thought you had pulled it off. Well, that sounds good. Are you cooking the beef yourself, like,
Oh yeah,
and then
in a
chop
wok.
slicing it?
No, I got a wok and everything, man. That thing is fucking dirty from use. It's just black.
Are you
Started
gonna
out
make it
so.
live?
Yeah, I should. People have been
Yeah.
telling me I should do that, so maybe I will.
Okay. Yeah. Let
That's a
us
good
know here.
idea.
I'll drop your channel.
Oh,
We
thank you.
can watch that make beef.
Yeah, I made chicken once before, but I never did the beef. So
Chicken lo mein.
yeah,
Oh, okay. So you have the lo mein part down. It's just getting the beef right.
yeah. The noodles it's like cooking spaghetti. You put them in the boiling water for 6 minutes, 7 minutes, and it's ready.
And then you wok them.
Yeah, you throw them in the wok at the end. Like you cook.
Do you buy the noodle like the lo mein noodles already made, or you make them yourself?
No, I don't make them. I bought them at the grocery store. They're like it's like in a package of spaghetti, but it says lo
Yeah.
mein. And you just boil that for 6-7 minutes and throw that in the wok with the beef and the vegetables, and there it is. It's done.
That sounds easy enough
It is easy.
for
The
people that
hardest
can
part,
work a wok.
no, the hardest part is cutting the vegetables, because you put
Yeah.
like bok choy, you put shredded carrots if you want. You can buy shredded carrots, and I should have fucking done that today. I didn't think of it, but it's not as hard as it sounds. It's the
Don't they have
hardest
those
part.
little food choppers?
Yeah, they have those
Slicers.
too. Yeah. Like I told you, I made homemade French fries for the first time the other day,
Yeah,
and
you claimed they were better than McDonald's, which
they
I
were,
for
dude.
one bit.
And
But
I skinned them. I didn't leave the skin on them, and I just did them by hand.
did you slice them by hand, or did you run them through a potato
Sliced them by
slicer?
hand. Sliced them by hand. But they
Wow.
sell things for like $12 where you can just put a potato in it and push the lever, and they
Yeah,
come
we
out
used to
like.
have one, this little grate that it runs
Yeah,
through.
yeah. So I'm
Those
thinking
things
about
are
getting one of
sharp.
those. Yeah, I want one of those because I'll fucking make
And so
French
what,
fries
you
all
did
the
it
time.
in like a deep fryer?
No, air fryer.
Oh, you air fried them.
Yeah, and I was surprised that they came out tasting that good,
And then
because
you
you would
just
expect.
salted them, and that's
I
it?
salted them before I put them in.
Oh,
Yeah,
better than McDonald's, huh?
it was, in my opinion, but they were crispy, just the right amount of salty.
Damn. Mm.
Get an air fryer. They're fucking
We have,
cheap.
my roommate has one. I just don't dare attempt
Why?
to work it.
Why?
Cause I don't know. I don't know what I'm about to do it. I don't want to. A. I don't want to break it. B. I don't want to fuck up the food.
You're not gonna break it, and if you fuck up the food, so what? Then you try again
Cause
next
I
time.
hear him use it sometimes, and I smell him using it, and it seems complicated. It just seems like something I shouldn't be fooling with.
No, man. You go to the store, you buy like Nathan's French fries or onion
The
rings.
frozen kind.
Yeah, and
Okay.
you go to the air fryer and put them in for like 7 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever, depending on how
Like
crunchy
on
you want them.
the tray, whatever the.
Yeah, at
Because they
like
have the shoestring fries frozen. You can buy the McDonald's
oh,
shape.
do that, do that. I mean, 350 is usually the temperature you use, and 5-7 minutes in the air fryer, and it's done. And it's so fucking easy.
Oh, and
The
you don't
hardest
turn
part,
them or anything. You just one.
you're supposed to turn them, but I
Oh,
didn't.
I
But you're
probably would.
supposed,
Something like shoestring. To me, you shouldn't have to turn. It shouldn't make
yeah.
that much of a difference.
The thinner it is, the worse it's going to be. The quicker it's going to cook.
Well, who knows? Maybe I'll
You gotta
try.
do something to make yourself happy.
But I'm
I
worried
mean,
that if I perfect the McDonald's fries, then I won't have a reason to go get McDonald's fries anymore.
oh no, I still want to go to McDonald's for the fries and shit. It's just it's different.
I
It's
want my KFC. I don't know what happened.
what I want to do next time is leave the skin on them. I'll get the gold. What do they call them? Gold potatoes or whatever. They're like golden color, and they have a very thin skin. So I'm gonna leave the skin on next time and see how that goes.
Oh, you talking about like a real potato?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's how my mom used to do them growing up. She would do them in the deep fryer with the skins on,
yeah,
and they come out real soft and greasy.
yeah. I would like that. Well, I gotta go, Jeff.
Okay, it was fun. See
Yeah,
you.
man.
See you next
Dude,
time.
that movie thing was really fun.
Yeah, remind me we could play it again. I'll try to
Yeah,
find some more versions of that.
find something harder.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too.
Thank you.
Oh, so you recommend gold for mashed potatoes? But then that seems weird. It seems more like potato salad. I don't know. Psychologically, there's just something about mashed potatoes that should be white. I've had where I've had the gold ones that are good is kind of oven baked, where they just coat them with the olive oil, a little bit of salt, and you can put them in with a meat dish or just bake them on their own with some like rosemary and stuff as a side. Those are pretty good. When I was a vegan, I used to eat a lot of potatoes. I would make baked potatoes in the microwave. You just stab the potato with a fork and put a bunch of holes in it. Otherwise, they like pop and whistle. And then when it's done, you could just season it with olive oil, salt. Um, you could use some non-dairy butter. They have non-dairy. My favorite thing to do with a homemade potato is, believe it or not, mayo and or yogurt, like some kind of white creamy substance. And what's the seasoning I would use? That Tony's, like that seasoning salt, Lowry's or Tony's, or sometimes that Montreal steak seasoning, something like that. Because I don't like sour cream, so it's too sour. So I would try to find a substitute for that. And mayo turned out really well, and yogurt. All right, well, I think that is it for me today. And Joe and I will be out tomorrow at the usual time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, for The Nexus, which is our twice a week show on Wednesdays and Saturdays, where we talk about interesting topics. And tomorrow's man, what is a real man? When people say, you're not a real man or be a man, what are they talking about? It's obviously not something physical. It's something psychological or psychosocial. So there's different the masculine ideal, I guess, and there's different ideas of that ideal. So we're going to explore some of those tomorrow and try to figure out how many of us are real men and what kind of real man. So join us for that. Um, have a good Friday. There's plenty going on in the panel. Let me see if I can find you a stream to go to. Restless streaming, being a beast of burden, Ever feel like being the strong person means you're the first to carry everyone else's weight? Yes, I do know what that means. Yes, I relate. Go check out Wrestler. Wrestler's somebody I bet has either been to Toastmasters or doesn't need Toastmasters because he's so good at speaking. So here's the Wrestler stream. And have a good rest of your week. I mean, good rest of your Friday, and hope it's a good start to your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for Man Talk. Take care, everybody. Peace out. Don't murder people randomly or even non-randomly. Let the wheels of justice turn. And if you have a grievance, get on social media and talk it out like a man, like a real man. All right. Take care, everybody.